Welcome to the July 14th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. We'll call this meeting to order at 1:01 p.m. Ms. Fennessy, can we do a roll call, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Chair Escobedo,
Here.
Vice Chair Bonderson,
Here.
Commissioner Bauke,
Here.
Commissioner Higgins,
Here.
Commissioner Lodge,
Here.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Here.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. And we will move on to preliminary matters and start with 2A, requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items. Ms. Brooke, do we have any?
No, Chair Escobedo, we do not.
Thank you. And how about any announcements or appeals?
None today.
Okay, thank you. So that takes us to 2C, review and consideration and action on the following draft Planning Commission meeting minutes and resolutions for June 2nd, 2022. Do we have any changes for the meeting minutes? And if not, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move the minutes.
Second.
I can second it.
We have a first from Commissioner Wiscombe. I'll give it to Vice Chair Bonderson for the second. Any discussion on the item? I'm not seeing any. Ms. Fennessy, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonderson,
Yes.
and Chair Escobedo.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. So we'll close out item 2, and that takes us to item 3, our consent item for 3239 Cliff Drive. Ms. Brooke, did you want me to give the description of the project, or would you like to?
Why don't you?
Okay,
That'd be
sounds
wonderful,
good.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yep. So this is a project that came to Planning Commission previously and for a coastal development permit to construct a 2-story, 3,600 square foot residence and a 484 square foot detached 2-car garage. This is for a small change to the conditions. Give me 1 second. So it doesn't grant any additional benefits to the property, but rather documents applicable restrictions and acknowledgements as outlined in our coastal land use plan. Do we have a motion?
Yes. Chair Escobedo, I would waive the staff report and move the consent item.
Second.
We have a first. Does that work, Ms. Osterner? We have a first from Commissioner Wiscombe, a second from Commissioner Lodge. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. Ms. Fennessy, can we do a roll call vote, please? Oh, do we need public comment on this? Ms. Osterner?
If you want to just ask if there's any member of the public.
Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on the consent item?
I do not have any speaker slips for this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And we do not have any remote public commenters.
Thank you. So we'll close public comment and next one. Oh, yeah. Can we get a roll call vote on that, please, Ms. Fennessy?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonderson,
Yes.
and Chair Escobedo.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. So we'll close out item 3, and I'm a little out of practice because we haven't had a meeting in a while. We're going to reopen item 2 for 2D, comments from the public comment for items that are not on today's agenda. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe, for reminding me. Are there any members from the public that would like to give public comment on items that are not on today's agenda? I don't believe we have any speaker slips.
Correct. Chair Escobedo, I don't have any speaker slips for general public comment.
And anyone from the public online?
Thank you. We have one general public comment from Richard Lloyd. Let me allow you to speak. And you have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Escobedo, Commission members. The comment is
we've provided a written comment that was, it looks like it got lumped in with the housing element comments, whereas it's actually more of a general comment. And so I first wanted to point that out. And second, the issue that I wanted to raise is on behalf of our client, Platform Santa Barbara LLC, who runs a multi-unit development on Haley Street. And it relates to the interaction of the priority housing overlay and the city's regulations, and specifically the ability of the ABR and potentially the Planning Commission to even consider aspects such as the project density, the height, and the lack of parking for projects before it. Now, this issue came about at a recent APR hearing where the board members appeared to have conflicting views and ideas about their discretion to even consider these issues when looking at AUD projects. And I think it's important the Planning Commission understands this, because if a board cannot agree about what it can even review, then that is ripe for the kind of arbitrary and capricious decisions that will be subject to litigation. And so I just respectfully request that the commission take a look at our comment, really think about what that means for the kind of review of these projects, and look into it, and if necessary, place an agenda item to consider whether further guidance is required, either from the Planning Commission or the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comment, Ms. Fennessy?
Thank you. We do not have any further remote public comments.
Thank you. We will close out public comment and close out item 2 again. And we will move on to item 4, a discussion item of the draft 2023 housing element. We're going to receive a presentation and public comment on the public review of the 2023 housing element and provide feedback for staff. And we have here today with us Rosie Deisty, Dan Golit, and Renee Brooke.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm Rosie Deisty, project planner with Long Range Planning, and I'm going to give the presentation on our draft housing element. The purpose of our hearing today is to receive our presentation on this draft housing element that was released on July 5th, take public comment, and ask for your feedback to staff on this document. As we move through this presentation, we're going to pose some questions to you, and I'll repeat these again at the end, and it's specifically about the programs in the housing element. So what we'd like to hear from you is, which ones do you support? What changes would you like to see? And what are your top priorities for implementation? And again, I'll be repeating this slide at the end. So my presentation today will give an overview of state requirements for housing elements. I'll talk about our public outreach efforts. I'm going to give some highlights on the extensive amount of data that's in the document, talk about housing needs and the suitable sites inventory, go over the programs in brief highlights, and talk about next steps. But before I go there, I feel like I should acknowledge what a tremendous effort this was, and it took a team to pull it together. So we had our long-range planning team members. We also had help from planning interns from UCSB, who were a tremendous help. We had help from Housing and Human Services staff giving us data points. We had our Planning Commission work group of Chair Escobedo and Leslie Wiscombe helping us with this effort. We had a small contract with BAE Urban Economics, who gave us some technical information that was necessary for the housing element. We had data help and input from the Housing Authority, and also Santa Barbara Foundation was fundamental in helping us with public outreach. So I'll start with some state requirements for housing elements. The content of this 250-page document or so is directed by state housing element laws, so what's in there is what's compliant with state law. It does need to be updated every 8 years, and so we're in that 8-year cycle now. Our last update was in 2015, and that's called the 5th cycle. So now we're entering in what's known as the 6th cycle, and that's 2023 to 2031. And the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, has oversight and ultimately certification authority over our housing element. So right now we're in this public review process. It's 30 days. We released it on July 5th, and we're asking for comments by August 3rd. We're asking for input. It can be given at this hearing and the upcoming City Council hearing on July 26th and via email that's shown here. And then we will be preparing a revised draft that's ultimately submitted to Housing and Community Development Department in August. So when it goes to HCD, their review and certification process is an initial 90-day review of what I'll call the revised draft, because we'll be revising it between the public draft and the draft they receive. So that should occur from August to November 2022. Then they do what's called certification review after the City Council adopts a housing element. That has to occur, or we have to adopt it by February 2023. And then after that, it's unknown how long HCD will be having it and giving us more comments, but we'll see when we get there. And then it's important to get that certification because that ensures that the city retains eligibility for various grant funds and we keep local control. And it also prevents us from being sued for not having a compliant housing element. So there's various new requirements for this 6th cycle, so it's not the same housing element as you saw in 2015. One of the new requirements is timing for public participation and transparency. So as I mentioned, we have this initial 30-day public review period. HCD says we have a minimum of 10 business days to respond to public comments, and then we need to post a marked up or a track changes draft of what we did with this public review draft before we submit it to HCD, and the public needs to be notified when the draft is changed and make that draft available for review. Another new requirement is called affirmatively furthering fair housing, and that's based on state laws that were passed in 2018 that require housing elements to include a program that promotes and furthers fair housing opportunities. And that means, and I'm quoting this from HCD guidance, taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity. In 2020, our city did an analysis of impediments to fair housing that helped us with extensive data and policy recommendations that informed our analysis. And most of that analysis is in the appendix of the housing element. Another new requirement is to identify our suitable sites for housing by income categories. So we have to ensure that sites accommodate the very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income categories, and sites can accommodate units for more than one category. This new requirement is important because there's a no net loss law that requires the city to maintain adequate sites throughout the 8-year housing element planning period to accommodate our regional housing needs by income category. We also include what's called a buffer, which means if a site gets developed with all market rate housing and not necessarily the other income categories, we need to show that we still have enough capacity to accommodate all those other income categories. And I'll talk more about the buffer a little later. Also new for this cycle is that we have to look back at our previous 4th and 5th cycle inventories, so at the sites that we identified as suitable for housing, and if they haven't been developed for housing at this point, these sites are now allowed residential development by right if the project includes at least 20% affordable units. By right means we can't require a conditional use permit, a planned unit development permit, or other discretionary review or approval, but we are allowed to impose objective design standards. So our inventory has shown that about 54% of the vacant and non-vacant parcels that are suitable for housing were also used in the 2 previous cycles, and they've not yet been developed for housing. So for public outreach, I just wanted to summarize what we've gone through since March, when the project was initiated by City Council as a general plan amendment. At that time, we sent out notifications that reached over 38,000 people to let them know we were embarking on this housing element update and to sign up to get notifications. In April, we had a joint City Council Planning Commission hearing to approve some goals, new goals for this 6th cycle housing element, and that hearing was also followed up with City Council when they adopted the new goals. We conducted a survey of accessory dwelling unit owners, and that information fed into our estimates for ADUs in the future in the next 8 years. We also prepared a video in English and Spanish and gave presentations to introduce people to the housing element. So in the month of April, those presentations reached about 80 people. We continued those presentations into May and reached another 80 people. Then in June, we also continued those presentations and held a joint public workshop with the county and the cities of Carpinteria and Goleta, which was attended by approximately 170 people, both in person and live stream. So next I'm going to start highlighting some of the data. So the data sources that we used, the main one came from Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, or SBCAG. They provided a data package to us and the county and all the cities in the county that mainly uses the American Community Survey 2015 to 2019 5-year estimates unless otherwise specified. We also included some data from the Department of Finance and from the Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing document that I mentioned earlier. So for our community demographics, we know that our population has experienced an approximately 5% increase since 2010. And the biggest growth rate was between 2010 and 2016, and then since then it's slowed down a little bit, and we've even had occasional annual decreases in population. So that shows us our average annual growth rate is slowing a little bit. For age, our median age in our city is 39, and about 18% of the population is over 65. And then for the jobs, about 45% of our residents are employed in business, management, science, or art. And then the next highest job level category is service jobs at about 23%. We looked at our existing housing stock and found that about 75% has been built before 1980. For this housing element, we did on-the-ground exterior surveys of housing condition and found that about 53% of our existing housing is in sound condition. And the remainder of the houses are in mostly good condition. They just need minor repairs. And we know that about 6.5% of our housing units are vacant. Our households in the city are comprised of a majority of renters at 59%, followed by owners at 41%. We do track how many units are overcrowded, and that's defined as over 1 person per room, but not including kitchens and bathrooms. So it looks like we have about 12% of renters in that situation and 1% of owners. Cost burden means that people are paying over 30% of their gross income on rent, and that's a pretty high burden for our renters at 50%, and then 26% of those have severe cost burden, which means that they're paying over 50% of their income on rent. And then for owners, that numbers are a little lower at 32% and 17% of severe cost burden. Another required part of the housing element is called the assessment of assisted units. And assisted units are units that the city has provided financial assistance for, and then the developer or owner is required to make the unit affordable to low-income households for a specified period of time. At risk means that those affordability controls are at risk of expiring, and the unit could be sold or converted to market rate housing. So the state requires this assessment over the next 10 years, so that's why it goes from 2023 to 2033. And we also have a discussion about available entities and resources that could preserve these at-risk units. So what we found are 158 rentals and 119 ownership units that fall into this category. The good news is that about 96% of those are owned by nonprofit organizations, and they tend to preserve them as affordable units. Also, the city does monitor these units, and they contact the owners prior to the expiration date to discuss and identify ways to extend the affordability period. One more thing to note is the covenant term for these units is now 90 years, where it used to be 30. The special housing needs is another category that HCD has us look at specifically for the groups that are listed on these bullet points. And the city added students as a special housing need because we know that we have a lot of students from UCSB, Santa Barbara City College, and some of our other private universities and schools that have high needs for housing and impact our housing market, so we wanted to include them as well. In general, when you look at all the people on these bullet points, they really would all benefit from more affordable housing, in particular deed-restricted affordable housing, because that meets most of the needs that are shown by having these special categories. The next thing we look at are housing constraints. So those are governmental constraints, non-governmental constraints, and environmental constraints. So the governmental and non-governmental constraints, we were assisted with BAE Urban Economics, who prepared this for us. And what they found is that there are some state laws that have recently passed, and we need to make some amendments to our zoning ordinance to make sure we're consistent with those state laws. And they did look at our permit process and procedures and make some recommendations to make some changes there as well to ease those governmental constraints. Under non-governmental constraints, those are really out of the control of the city, but it includes financing and the high cost of land and construction. For environmental constraints, we looked at ones specific to our city, so that really includes wildfire, flooding, coastal, seismic, and hillside slope hazards, and also we looked at biological and cultural resources. For the most part, these environmental constraints are mitigated through construction techniques. For example, if you're building an area prone to flooding, there's certain construction techniques you have to follow. We also do surveys for biological and cultural resources, and people, there are methods you have to follow to mitigate those impacts. We also know, for example, for wildfire, most of the housing that's considered suitable housing in our inventory is not in a high fire hazard area. Okay, next I'm going to go over the housing needs and the suitable sites. So you'll see several tables and different types of housing needs described, so I wanted to give an overview of them first. So the first one is the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA. This is what comes down from the state to the county, and then SBCAG through the county assigns the needed number of units to the county plus all the cities in the jurisdiction. Next, what we have in our housing by the numbers is housing capacity. So that's also what we call our suitable sites inventory. So the city takes the housing needs numbers we got from SBCAG, and we look at all our available sites that are vacant or underdeveloped and determine what the capacity is per existing zoning. We account for constraints. In particular, in our inventory, we accounted for creeks and biological resources as a potential constraint, and we add that buffer I mentioned. We have about a 19% buffer, so that's a number over the Regional Housing Needs Assessment to ensure we have enough capacity throughout the 8-year period. The third housing number we look at are quantified objectives, and these are required by the state. These are units that are likely to be built under current resources and constraints and programs. So it doesn't take into account all the new programs you'll see proposed in this housing element, Not yet anyway, because we don't know when they're going to be implemented exactly or what their impact may be. So it really is just looking at, current building construction permit rates and current resources. We often get asked about the different income categories, so I wanted to sort of explain them all on one slide, so that's what you see here. So for purposes of the Housing Needs Assessment, or the RHNA, units are divided into very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And then on the second column, it shows the percent of area median income that those units correspond to. There are two subsets to very low, so you'll see these mentioned in the housing element. It's acutely low and extremely low. So the state wants us to determine out of the very low units how many might accommodate extremely low households. So that's why that one is there, and there's a discussion in the housing element about that. Acutely low is a term that's used by the Federal Housing and Urban Development Department, and it's for the purpose of defining affordable rents for rental housing that receives assistance. Then the bottom two rows you see are middle and upper middle income households, and that's specific to the city of Santa Barbara. It relates to our inclusionary ordinance and required units when people are proposing ownership or subdivision housing that fall under that ordinance. So this first table is, again, the city's regional housing needs allocation for 2023 to 2031. So you'll see on the first row the numbers that were allocated to us from SBCAG, and that total is 8,001 units. Then what the state asks us to do is to account for pipeline projects. So those are projects where applications have been submitted for housing development, but they haven't been approved yet. And we also account for accessory dwelling units. And I should clarify, those pipeline projects are accounted for up until the end of June 2022. So we can kind of take those off the top, and then the bottom line are the remaining number of units that are projected to be needed over the 8 years. And this slide also shows, I mentioned AMI, and the county area median income right now is $100,100. Then we did our city's housing capacity to accommodate that RHNA. So we looked through all the vacant and underdeveloped sites in the city and determined we have these suitable sites on the first row for the various income categories. Then we add the pipeline projects and the ADUs, and that finalizes with the number of 9,545, which gives us the buffer I mentioned earlier. So the suitable sites inventory I just mentioned, that includes, as I said, pending applications or the pipeline projects as of June 29, 2022, and our projection on the number of accessory dwelling units that will occur over the 8 years. We're not required to say where those units will be located. We just are required to come up with a total number. The sites had to have a development potential of at least 10 units to make the list. And we also assumed a realistic build-out density for those sites. It also takes into account parcel improvement value, land value, and parcel area, and again, it added that buffer to ensure a sufficient capacity over 8 years. What's removed from the suitable sites inventory includes public land, which is, for us, was parks and parking lots that are not planned for redevelopment in the next 8 years. Parcels with city landmarks or structures of merit, and parcels that had significant environmental constraints. So this map is sort of the end result of looking at all those numbers, and what you see here are the green are the suitable sites, and the yellow are pipeline projects. One exciting bit of news is this map is now a web map on our housing element update webpage, and so anyone can go to that web map and click on one of the dots, and it'll give you all the details of what is on that parcel or what's proposed for that parcel. Finally, we get to the quantified objectives that I mentioned earlier. So the state has us look at new construction, rehabilitation, and conservation and preservation. So when we look at those numbers, this is what the quantified objectives end up being. And these are a reasonable estimate of what we may achieve under, as I said, current policies and standards based on projects that are currently underway or historic rates of funding and construction. So next I'll be talking about the goals, policies, and programs. And we have, what I'm going to do is highlight the goals and the programs that are sort of relate to those goals. We have a total of 26 programs right now indicated in the housing element that we would want to work on and complete in the next 8 years. So again, the goals were approved by City Council, and the work group and staff drafted policies that relate to those goals and the specific programs for the next 8 years. And again, as different from the 2015 housing element, in addition to listing programs, we need to indicate how they will be funded, what the time frame for implementation would be. And for now, in the draft that you see before you, we haven't indicated strict timeframes for implementation because we wanted to hear from the public and from you and from City Council what your priorities are before we start indicating which ones would be done first. And we also want to know or need to show which departments would be responsible for implementation. So the first goal, goal 1, and I'm not going to list the whole goal, but the main thrust of the goal is about creating new housing. And the programs under that goal are to facilitate adaptive reuse and accessory dwelling units and innovative housing types. So we would come up with programs that would maybe ease governmental constraints and provide resources and other methods to get as much new housing as we can with these programs. We also, of course, need to reduce the governmental constraints that were identified by our consultant. We're proposing to complete a specific plan for La Cumbre Plaza and to complete the Objective Design Standards project that was actually already started last year and was somewhat temporarily put on hold while staff focused on the housing element, but we want to get that back up and running and finish it. Goal 2 is focused on prioritizing affordable housing. So some of the programs that fall under this goal is to adopt an affordable housing overlay zone. We want to evaluate our existing inclusionary housing ordinance and city-owned land for housing. We have a program that would track how accessory dwelling units are being used and what they're being rented for. It could help us inform any future assumptions we make about ADUs and maybe develop programs to encourage more affordable rents. And we need to ensure we have that adequate capacity for affordable housing in accordance with no net loss laws. Goal 3 is focused on providing housing assistance for those who need it. So there's really only one program under this goal, but it's a big one. It's proposing to create an affordable housing trust fund. And it's somewhat thought of as a one-stop shop where funding sources that we already have or maybe new funding sources we developed would be in a program where we then would decide what the priorities are, how we would distribute these funds. They could be used for not only new housing, but also to help people stay in their homes if they need minor repairs or accommodations to help them stay there. So that's the idea behind this program. Goal 4 is all about promoting housing stability for people who live here and rent and own homes. We want to, of course, support our successful rental housing mediation program and do anything we can to enhance that program. We're looking at studying a right of first refusal program. This provides opportunities for renters or nonprofit organizations to purchase multi-unit housing if it becomes available. We're looking at adopting a short-term vacation rental and hotel ordinance, rental ordinance, and also amendments to how we permit or where hotels are being allowed in our city. We want to evaluate the residential units conversion ordinance, make sure it's getting us what we need, and also enhance our fair housing program. Goal 5 is about preserving housing. So again, where we can, we want to be able to provide technical assistance. So for seniors and disabled residents and anyone else who may need some help making repairs or accommodations in their homes, and also perhaps be able to fund income qualified persons for home repairs. Goal 6 is all about engaging the community. We want to make sure that people know what their rights are and provide renters' rights information, and also make sure housing resources information is provided for the public and easily accessible. And also another program would look to develop a housing supply and affordability campaign, make sure the word is out there, people know what our RHNA numbers are, how we're doing every year on those RHNA numbers, make sure the community understands the need for affordable housing, things like that. Goal 7 is about coordinating with our regional partners. So we had that great coordination meeting with them just last month, and we want to continue that sort of coordination because housing issues on the South Coast definitely cross borders. We'd want to work with the county, cities of Carpinteria and Goleta on advocating for state legislation to make sure we get our needs met for housing from the state, and including funding. And we also want to make sure we're continually consulting with and coordinating with our area schools, in particular Santa Barbara City College and UCSB, make sure that students are being housed adequately, they're able to construct the housing they need for faculty and staff. Finally, Goal 8 is probably the most important or urgent program of all, because we've heard over and over again, we really need funding sources, permanent funding sources for affordable housing. And when I say affordable housing, I mean deed-restricted affordable housing. So we want to look at various methods. A lot of people have mentioned different tax sources and bonds and financing for a permanent source of funding, and also make sure we support any state legislation to make sure we can fund affordable housing. I'll just briefly go over what's in all the appendices. The state also requires us to review and evaluate our 2015 housing element. That's something we do annually, but this takes all those annual reports and sort of combines them into one super report on how we did in our last cycle. The affirmatively furthering fair housing section is in the appendix. There's a lot of maps and interesting data on those topics. We've got a table of all the people we spoke to for public outreach or gave presentations to. We have the background information that informed how accessory dwelling units are being used and what their rent rates are. And that helped us determine what income levels to put ADUs in and how many ADUs should be assumed for the next 8 years. We've got the housing stock surveys. Those were the on-the-ground surveys of different neighborhoods, so we've got the details in there. Residential development standards are in the back. Those were part of the governmental constraints section, and it just lists all the standards as they exist now. And finally, long tables of the suitable sites inventory. So there's an Excel spreadsheet type table that lists all the sites and various information about them. So our next steps are on July 26th, we're going to City Council with a similar level of review on the draft housing element. We will definitely, with the comments we hear from you today and from the public, we'll definitely relay verbally to City Council for their consideration. Then we'll be working on revising the draft and getting it prepared to submit to HCD in August. We expect HCD will get back to us with a number of revisions, and those can be worked on. Hopefully they won't take 90 days, but if they do, that'll be worked on from November to December. Then we go into another round of public hearings after we've accommodated HCD's comments. This schedule is very, very compressed, but we have to get those public hearings done in January and February because our very final date for an adopted housing element to HCD is February 15th, 2023. So this slide talks about or shows how to view and comment the housing element. So we have, I hope you've visited our new website, and then we have a new landing page for the housing element update shown here. Of course, we want people to attend and comment at this hearing today in City Council on July 26th, and we're taking comments by email August 3rd, 2022 at the address listed here. I should mention too that we do have hard copies available for review. The East Side Library has one. We gave one to the Central Library, but apparently they're really not open for business right now because they're doing major construction. But there is one at the city clerk's office as well. And if anyone wants to see a hard copy, they could always contact me and I can make arrangements. Finally, there is environmental review that's associated with this project as well. There's a draft program environmental impact report being prepared. We anticipate that'll be available in October 2022. This is evaluating the housing element update, but also the climate action plan update, and it's looking at housing growth in order to line up with the climate action plan timing up to the year 2035. So, you know, everything we're talking about in this housing element and the housing growth up to 2035 and the climate action plan will all be evaluated in this program EIR. Again, I'll mention the questions. We're hoping to hear from you on which programs you support, what changes would you like to see, and some of your top priorities for implementation. And I'll end my presentation on this recommendation to receive public comment and provide your feedback to staff. And thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will open up public comment. Ms. Brooks. We have a handful of public comments. Ms. Fennessy, if you could put up the slide that demonstrates how to raise your hand in Zoom. Thank you. We're going to start with in-person public comment, and we will start with Chelsea Steele, followed by Frank Rodriguez.
Thank you. I'm just here to provide you with my personal anecdotal evidence of how dire equitable housing and affordable housing is in this town. I lived in Santa Barbara for 9 years now. I had to move out of town last year. I'm still living close enough that I can commute to my work. I'm surrounded by Airbnbs. My only direct neighbor is my landlord, who does not like me because of my astrological sign. She kicked me out verbally before because of a chipping paint on our door frame. It's an old house. Once she understood that my partner would leave with me, she changed her mind. He helps her maintain her house. So now that I live out of the city of Santa Barbara, I'm 40% rent burdened. But since I need a car to commute, I have car payments and have to pay for gas, so it's closer to 80%. Before that, I lived in 8 different places all over town, sharing places with up to 6 people. I had unwanted exposure of male housemates. I lived with fleas and termites. Landlords would not do anything. I had violent housemates living with me. I lived with a family with kids that had housemates living with them, where one guy abused his girlfriend. I lived in apartments where violent neighbors would try to break into my door. The list goes on. Now I really can't find housing closer to work, but I'm really trying to hold on to that job for insurance, and if I can make it, I have some pension benefits vested. I'm ready to leave because I can't make family plans here. And if my partner and I break up, I would not be able to afford anything on my own. I would have to share housing again with whatever strangers, and again, have a repetition of the unsafe housing conditions like before. But I'm mostly here for people that lived here longer than me. Families.
We only allow 2 minutes if you want to
Okay.
wrap up that thought.
All right, so I plead to you to protect tenants, protect the rent that I have now so they can stay here, support long-term housing policies that protect tenants, and create housing that's affordable without pushing people out. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Frank Rodriguez, and then Nadia Bushinab.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Escobedo and Planning Commission. My name is Frank Rodriguez with CAUSE here in Santa Barbara. Really appreciate Chelsea who just spoke. That's why we need to make sure that these plans are really protecting affordable housing and creating that affordable housing for the future. Just want to focus on a few points. Appreciate the innovative housing types. I think that's one we can plan and not have as a priority, but really think about co-ops and housing for especially folks like myself that want that more communal living. Really appreciate the housing affordable overlay. I think the closer we can get to 100%, but understand there's negotiations. Our inclusionary housing is very low here in this city, so we want to get that affordable housing overlay to be as close to 100%, if not 100%. Agree in terms of protecting and maintaining the rental mediation task force. But at the same time, what we really appreciated was the right to counsel focus there. We think, and that's what we're going to require funding, but for a lot of our families, especially Spanish-speaking families, they're referred to Santa Barbara County Legal Aid, and they're finding ways to have the time, have the money to protect themselves in court, and we all should believe in due process, and so we want to make sure that our folks have that ability to protect themselves in court. So really appreciate that point, and we need monies for that. Appreciate the right to first refusal purchase. And in terms of the habitability enforcement, we really believe that we need to have some type of fees to come in to make sure we have funding to really enforce that. We know we have an older housing stock. Glad to see that some just need minor repairs, but a lot of folks are fearful of asking for those repairs. And lastly, we know a lot of our community is rent burdened, so really agree with putting funding as the highest priority to have in the housing element. Let it be the vacancy tax, let it be the transfer tax, but we need to focus on funding not only for tenant protections, but affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia Bushinab, followed by Stanley Tankoff. And if there are any other public speakers in the audience, we have speaker slips in the back.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I am here on behalf of SB CAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network, and myself as a renter in the city of Santa Barbara. SB CAN appreciates goals 2 and 8, prioritizing affordable housing and creating a dedicated funding source. And we agree with everything that Frank has just outlined as well, but I want to touch on a few different points. We submitted a letter with specific policy suggestions as to where the funds could come from for a dedicated funding source for affordable housing. However, those funds will not be available for a few years at the very least, and we need short-term solutions of funding and protection for renters, such as rent stabilization and the right to counsel, and we need those to be included in the housing element if we are going to help renters who do make up a majority of the population in Santa Barbara. We're also concerned about the adjusted estimate in the draft that says only 3,300 of the units are expected to be built. I'm concerned that we'll once again excel at building market rate and above market rate housing and continue to fall short where it counts the most, building affordable housing for our population. And this lack of housing and the low vacancy rate plays a huge role in the unaffordability of the rental market. I've noticed that a lot of people are unaware of what the different levels of affordability actually mean. So I was looking at the 2022 income limits, and if you're a single person, you can be considered low income if you make less than $78,000 per year. And if you work full-time and you make less than $23.51 per hour, you're considered a very low income person in the city. In this city, the minimum wage is only $15 per hour, and this is simply unacceptable. It's not just a few people who are struggling to afford rent. It's college-educated teachers, nurses, Santa Barbara City employees. They have good-paying jobs. They pay considerably higher than minimum wage, and they're still struggling to afford anything in this city. And we need to set our sights higher and aim for much more affordability and stronger renter protections than are currently outlined in the draft. Thank you.
Thank you. Stanley Tankoff, and then Robin Elander.
Great. Hello, everyone, to each of you and everyone tuning in. I'm joining you today to urge you to adopt a housing element that's bold, that sets our city and region on a path to build adequate amounts of housing stock that's truly affordable without displacement, and one that centers equity at its core and protects tenants. And my community involvement as co-founder of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union and lived experience as a working class renter here, I see what some of you know quite well. People in our city are increasingly facing an unacceptably low vacancy rate, skyrocketing rent, and immense pressures undercutting habitability. We saw from the staff presentation today that half of our renters are cost burdened, with over half of those severely cost burdened, and nearly a third of homeowners are cost burdened also. People are forced to move away, put up with awful habitability and overcrowding, log more and more daily vehicle miles traveled, stay in problematic households, or worse. And I'd like to uplift the considerations and recommendations brought up by organizations close to this work, like CAUSE, like other union members, Chelsea, who spoke before us, SB Can, and the League of Women Voters. I also hope you'll hear the voices of the tenants who have emailed you, who have shared their stories with you in the past, and know that we continue to be wildly underrepresented in these spaces, despite being 60% of this town. So among the policy considerations I hope you'll consider seriously, I think we need to make sure that the definitions of affordability in the housing element reflect the realities of people's budgets, which they fail to currently, as was just mentioned. And a lot of us are concerned about the idea that ADUs be counted towards meeting our RHNA numbers when we've just seen that they continue to be listed at market rate, and that's just not working for most of us. And finally, we need dedicated sources of housing construction funds and financing options that are going to be creating deed-restricted and actually affordable housing. So thank you so much for your time and insight, to staff, to you all. I hope you'll be bold, and we're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Elander.
Hi, my name is Robin Elander. I'm the Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara, a nonprofit organization that promotes and supports about 1,400 businesses in the downtown core. The issue that you have in front of you today is critical for our community. Thank you for the immense work that you're doing on it with the housing element for our community. It is absolutely critical, and it needs your attuned minds, and thank you for all of the energy that you're putting into it. It is very challenging to figure out these issues. We see that, we know that, but you all know how to handle it, so thank you for putting in that time. Some of the key things that you spoke of today that I want to put emphasis on is the Housing Assistance Trust Fund. That's an excellent goal to pursue, especially creating housing stability for our local residents as well as for our business community is paramount for our citizens to have a thriving community that they can trust to live here and to grow for years to come. We will continue to see vacancies downtown as well as homeless individuals downtown if we don't get this issue handled as soon as possible. So very important. We also have a lot of people moving out of town, including our cultural resources, our artists that put together our beloved Solstice Parade. Several have told me this year, after they've completed their service, that they're moving to St. Louis so they can buy a house and live with their family. And those folks are what makes Santa Barbara special. So I urge you to do the critical work you're doing. Thank you.
Ms. Elander, I believe Commissioner Higgins has a question for you.
Sure.
So does your organization support more housing downtown, so housing projects along State Street and or adaptive reuse of existing buildings to do housing?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that I wasn't clear about what you said about trying to solve homelessness in our city, but you do think that providing more residential opportunities downtown by,
Residential opportunities for affordable, low-income and no-income individuals throughout our entire community as well as downtown are absolutely critical. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thanks.
Ms. Fennessy, do we have anyone online that would like to give public comment?
Thank you. We do have a few. I will go ahead and start with Linda Honigman. Linda Honigman, I will unmute you and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Linda Honigman, Housing Chair for the League of Women Voters, Santa Barbara. We are pleased to have the new Goal 2 that states a priority for affordable units that are deed restricted, and Goal 8, which focuses on funding sources. The quantified objectives, however, with a low target of 3,288 units for the city compared to RENA's 8,001 is disappointing. We request that the quantified objectives be revised upward to show a commitment to deed restricted capital A affordable housing for the very low to moderate incomes. Further, the reliance on ADUs to meet the majority of those lower income targets is over-optimistic. ADUs should not count for very low to moderate incomes unless there is a restricted deed and enforcement mechanism in place. The La Cumbre Plaza specific plan will include consideration of a creek, public open space circulation, utilities, and increased height limits, but there is no mention of affordable housing. We need a chance to leverage the site for a significant amount of affordability. This should occur with a robust community input visioning process that includes workers and renters who are the most impacted by escalating rents. The two programs, Affordable Housing Overlay and Inclusionary Housing Evaluation, need work. We will have more to say when we complete our examination of how local and state bonuses work together, but we believe the minimum percent for the Affordable Overlay should fall between 50 and 100% for the low or very low incomes. Our recommendation for how to get the maximum developer incentives, such as taller buildings and city-owned land, should also require a high percent of low to moderate income units. We request that a glossary be included in the HEU. The public and you should know the meaning of middle income, upper middle income, workforce, community benefit, and by right approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Carlos. I will allow you to speak and unmute.
Good afternoon. Many thanks to all of you who have spent countless hours deliberating and writing. I really appreciate your thoughtful work. The overall direction of this report really gives me some hope for the future of our city. Many policies and programs outlined put affordable housing front and center. Of course, the devil is in the details, but I particularly like the Affordable Housing Overlay, adaptive reuse, innovative housing, expanding our inclusionary program, and of course, the revenue strategies listed under Goal 8. I'd also like to underscore the intent of Goal 2, which prioritized protection of deed-restricted affordable housing. Unlike market rate housing, deed-restricted housing requires a tenant to verify their income eligibility. Also, deed-restricted housing built by nonprofits is affordable in perpetuity or forever. Deed-restricted housing is legally required to stay affordable, which is not the case with ADUs that are temporarily and voluntarily below area median rents. An ADU can be free one day or rented at the market rate sold or used as a guest house another day. That is why I'm uncomfortable with allowing ADUs to be redesignated as affordable under our quantified objective section or categorized under RENA as very low, low, and moderate income. If we are really going this route, then I insist we break out ADUs from deed-restricted housing whenever reporting affordable housing outcome data. Having a valid measure and a fair target for tracking our progress matters because it holds us accountable to the thousands of people in our city who need more housing security, not less of it. If we're going to turn around our last cycle's housing production inequality, we need housing that is not susceptible to market forces or relies on the goodwill of a private landlord. This means immediate and sizable funding to nonprofits to build the gold standard of affordable housing, which is deed restricted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Fennessy.
Thank you. We will have Sharon Byrne and then Rob Fredericks.
Thank you, City Planning Commission, for having this hearing today. I wanted to echo the same things that Lisa Carlos said, strongly agree. When we look at some of the RENA numbers, one of the things that's very discouraging is that not only do we not build a lot for low income and very low income, we build nothing for them to buy, which is one of the ways that people can help themselves up out of, financial, building financial wealth, to be able to buy something. And it would be great if we could offer that. One way that we could get to that is by looking at vacancy taxes on a par with what Vancouver does. A lot of the supply in the city that has come online is extremely expensive, from the market 4,600 to the studios around the corner from you at 5,000. New supply is not helping us. It's actually causing older units to go up in price because the new price floor is now so high. So if you implemented vacancy taxes, because we literally have zero vacation rental enforcement in this town, and tons of places are going over to vacation rentals that people actually used to live in. Vacancy taxes like Vancouver started at 1% of the property's assessed value, were taken to 3% in 2021, and will be going to 5% in 2023. It's had a great effect of generating a ton of money, $63 million a year, for Vancouver to build affordable housing, which is something we don't have. And it has also returned property to the market as people decided that that was just really prohibitively expensive to continue letting it be vacant or serve as a vacation rental. I think the city is underestimating the vacancy rate in this community, because I do not believe that they have an accurate inventory of how many properties have been turned over to short-term rental and VRBO. But I can tell you from West Side neighborhoods where I live, there are way more of these than you know. And every time we report them for enforcement, we're asked to make the case. So I'd love to see you do something that would actually generate revenues for this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Now we have Rob Fredericks, followed by Alex Pujol. Rob Fredericks, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Escobedo and Planning Commissioners. Rob Fredericks with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara. Want to thank Rosie and the city team for getting this draft out for public review. And also I want to echo exactly what Sharon Byrne and Lisa Carlos said on what's needed. The Housing Authority is still working on their formal comments that we will publish and put out with the to the City Council. But a couple of points are really important to me, and they were made in some of the written comments by Pat Saley. And one of those on is HE3 amend zoning ordinance. And I really do believe we need to, under that, redefine what community benefit means, that it should only apply to rentals that contain 100% of the units are deed restricted to 120% moderate or below. Otherwise, just a regular rental apartment development should not receive community benefit designation. Also on suitable sites inventory, I think we need to get more defined on that and include the current police station site that would be a perfect use for affordable housing. It really is in that residential area, and I'd love to see that designated for affordable housing. Also, we need to continue to push and get milestones in place in the housing element for local funding source for affordable housing. So thank you very much for your time. And again, I appreciate the good work that's being done.
Mr. Fredericks, Commissioner Higgins has a question for you.
Yes.
Can you hear me, Rob?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So I understand your comments about the police station and about funding sources, and that those may relate to your your day job, so to speak, with
Right.
the Housing Authority. But your comment about redefining community benefit projects to those that only are deed restricted. Is that a kind of, is that something that would help the housing authority, or is that more sort of just a personal opinion or preference?
I would say it's both. With the community benefit designation, you can get the extra height that's needed for including more units. And what we've seen are, basically just some units. We could see just a regular market rate development with the minimum inclusionary getting in there. And I just don't think that's what was originally intended under when that community benefit was defined. I think it was vaguely defined, and it shouldn't be all rentals. I believe it should be 100% affordable, or something more attuned to a good percentage of the units above the minimum inclusionary being included
Sure.
in the development to
I understand
receive
your point.
that
I understand your perspective. I just wasn't clear if that redefinition would be applicable to housing authority projects, because unless you're going to go up above a certain height limit, right? Is that about right?
That's true. For housing authority, if we did capital A affordable housing, we could, under state law, have relief on height and density that we would get normally. But so perhaps it is really a mix, and having the planning commission decide that there's a certain percentage above the minimum inclusionary that's needed to receive that community benefit, so that it's not just housing authority projects.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like maybe Commissioner Lodge may have a question for you too.
Well, it's not a question for Mr. Fredericks, but for Ms. Brooke. Didn't the City Council recently remove that wording in the general plan, which says that, more or less implies that rental housing is, just by nature of being rental housing, is considered community benefit?
Right, Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Lodge, no general plan amendment or zoning ordinance amendment has been completed that makes that change. We have several months ago brought to your commission some proposed amendments that we're still in the midst of processing, where you talked about changing what would be defined as a community benefit project and be afforded those additional development incentives. We had to pause work on that to put all of our staff on the housing element, but we do hope to get back to that package of amendments and bring that back to your commission for recommendation.
So it's in the works?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fredericks, for your public comment.
Thank you. And now we have Alex Peugeot. Alex, if you would like to speak, please unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes. And it looks like Alex put their hand down, so I'm going to turn it back to the commission.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. And so that will kick off our questions period, where we'll turn back to the commission if anyone wants to ask questions of staff. Oh, I'll close public comment. That's what I was supposed to say before I made that comment. So now, back to the commission for questions. Anyone like to go first? Commissioner Bauke.
I'll start off this discussion. One of the questions I had, and I would like the staff to walk us through, is how we got to the quantifiable objectives. Seems that there's quite a disconnect between what the state's expecting of us to show and what you think you can do. And could you walk through why you think you can't do more than what you're showing there? Thank you.
Sure. Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Bauke, so quantified objectives is a requirement by HCD as part of this housing element process, and we're asked to look at likely build out. So the number in there right now is about 50% more than the number we have in the 2015 to 2023 cycle. And it is, it's a much higher build rate than we have right now. So in that aspect, why we have that number is we're anticipating build out of La Cumbre Plaza during this period or close to it. So that's the biggest change. And that is a huge housing opportunity that the city has during this period. Otherwise, we're looking at the build rates for accessory dwelling units and the average unit size density incentive program to continue more or less as they are. And as Ms. Deisty mentioned, we do have programs proposed, but we don't have the details of those programs. We don't know the timing of those programs. This is, as it says in the draft housing element, it's not a ceiling. We want more housing than this, but we're looking at likely build out. And where it becomes risky to anticipate more is in our environmental analysis. So if we're anticipating a lot more, we'll be looking at public services and other things with our environmental review. And if there's a big disconnect there, or if we need a lot more infrastructure to provide for those, that could be a big fiscal consideration for the city. So we do want to look at likely build out. Keeping in mind that every year we're reporting to HCD what we're actually building. So we're not graded against our quantifiable objectives ever. HCD looks at our RENA and how we're doing compared to our RENA, but we do have to provide these numbers.
Okay, so if I understand what you responded back, it's basically that's sort of what we expect based on our current policies, not things that we might discuss today or might come out of the council as we go through this process, which might increase the production. Is that correct?
That's essentially correct, with the addition of La Cumbre Plaza on top of what we've been building.
And since you brought up La Cumbre Plaza, do we know what the timing is and who is going to make the specific plan happen? I currently am working on a project in another community in which the city actually became the one to do the specific plan because there were 7 or 8 different property owners in a old shopping center, very similar type factual situation, in which the city went out to go with a SCAG grant to actually do a specific plan, which is still in the process. So is the city actually looking for grant applications now, and is city going to take the lead? Because otherwise, if we're waiting for property owners in a situation like that, it's my experience that we're going to be waiting for a long time for them to agree on anything because they all have different objectives. So who's going to lead that effort?
I'll speak to the funding a little and then would have Ms. Brooke fill in more. So we will have a grant opportunity coming up through SBCAG. They have around $6 million, and SBCAG staff has expressed interest in using a good portion of that for the city of Santa Barbara to do a specific plan at La Cumbre Plaza. That number, or that funding is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, vehicle miles traveled, provide for housing. So it's geared toward projects like this, and we have a unique opportunity in the county to do something like this. So that funding could be available at the beginning of next year, and I'll let Ms. Brooke fill in the blanks with ownership and discussions.
Sure, thanks. I'm happy to do that. And a good segue too, because as Mr. Gullett said, if we are fortunate enough to get enough grant money through that program to prepare the specific plan, the city is prepared to take the lead in that. Without that funding, we likely could not, in the near-term future, fund that type of a work effort. We have been discussing with the affected property owners of the entire plaza and discussed quite openly with them about the process if the city does lead the specific plan, and that in order for us to issue an RFP, get a consultant on board, that if they want to move faster than the city could, that they are welcome to submit a specific plan to the city, and then they take the lead on that, and then we evaluate the specific plan that they submit. So to be determined at this point who leads it. I think it'll mostly depend on the urgency of the property owners to want to start that process, or if they are okay with the city leading it, that it's on our timeline with a large part of our funding going towards that work effort.
Okay, thank you for that response. On to another question and subject, which is the subject of how accessory dwelling units are counted. The public made a number of comments. My experience in the past with HCD was that they don't count them. So do you have new information, or has HCD changed their tune that they give you 50% of the ones you have, or what's the history now of HCD and accessory dwelling units as to what credits under the arena numbers you're going to receive?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bauke. So for accessory dwelling units, this was one section of the analysis where we got advice from BAE Urban Economics on how to approach it. And they based their advice on other jurisdictions that have gone through the same thing. Some have had their housing elements already due ahead of us. And basically, both, I think it's Southern California Association of Governments and Sacramento County have gone through this process, and what they did is similar to us. They did ADU surveys to see how people are using them and what the rents are, and then they made assumptions moving forward based on those surveys on what income categories they would go into, taking into account a few factors. So in our case, we, on the advice of our consultants, we conducted surveys of people who own ADUs in our jurisdiction, and the response rate wasn't huge, but I noticed for Southern California Association of Governments, and they've got a huge, way more people than we do, they also didn't base it on a lot of responses. So you get what you can get from survey responses, and then make these assumptions. And HCD has the opinion that if ADUs are being provided for free to friends and relatives or caregivers, then they can be considered low-income units. So we're just following that advice. We do know, and there is the point that we don't know if they will continue to be rented at these low rates. Lisa Carlos is correct that somebody could just turn around and rent it at a higher rate. That's indeed why we proposed a program, sort of track over time how we're doing with ADUs and continue to do surveys, and maybe we can adjust things if we're showing the numbers are very different moving forward. But that's the basis for including ADUs and putting them in the different income categories.
But do you know if HCD is going to say we're going to give you things that match up with your survey as far as credit towards? I mean, I'm wondering if we are sort of setting ourselves up for failure if we're presuming they're going to give us credit for them and they turn around and say no.
Yeah, Commissioner Bauke, I can't predict, so I don't know how HCD will react. I do know they have certified other people's housing elements that have used this method.
Okay, I think that's the first set of questions I have. I'll defer to other commissioners at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauke. Commissioner Higgins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had quite a long list of questions through email with staff, most of which were addressed, but I'll bring a couple here, and I won't bring them all up because they're already in the record, and you guys have my comments on that. So on most of those anyway, but okay, I'll try to get through this quickly. What exactly do you think the trigger is for the safety element update? Are we going to see some of these policies in our housing element encourage housing development close to high fire zones? Is that the basis for that?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Higgins, my understanding of the trigger is when you update your housing element or your multi-jurisdiction hazard mitigation plan in state law, it basically says you need to also review and update your safety element for specific things. So I think it's flooding, fire, climate change. There might be one or two other items. So the trigger is really just in state law, and I haven't seen anything that indicates we would ever be asked to increase density in high fire hazard areas. Our policies to date have been keeping that in mind, and even when state law says, for example, with accessory dwelling units, you know, you permit them everywhere, we at least put a few controls on the size of the ADUs in high fire hazard areas, so.
So it's more just a
Yeah,
prescribed
I don't think
requirement.
there's
Got it.
going to be any conflict
Okay,
that I'm aware of.
So there's a statement in the housing element about, in certain circumstances, the 30% rule can be adjusted. And that's that's the rule that says you can't pay more than 30% of your gross income for your home to be considered affordable. But there was that footnote in some, it seems like in some cities, there might have been some adjustment upward where rents are so high, and we see this in our survey that 50% of all renters here are already cost burdened. So now my point about that is, if we could adjust that upward based on what's happening on the ground today, we would get much closer to RENA numbers without having to encumber projects as much with inclusionary or other affordability programs. So in what scenario could those rates be increased? Is that an HCD decision?
Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Higgins, some of this stuff is pretty technical, and there's multiple agencies involved. So the Federal Housing and Urban Development Department designates for us our income limits for very low and low income households. And from there, city staff uses the county-wide area median income. So right now that's the 100,100, and that's a household of 4. But those two categories that come from HUD, there is a consideration of high housing cost areas, and the county of Santa Barbara has been determined to be a high housing cost area. So those numbers were adjusted. We haven't adjusted our local numbers though, and that's something that I could look into with housing staff if that's something that they may be interested in, and we can do, and we can discuss further.
Okay, I'll save some comments on that for
Thank
later.
you.
That's encouraging. The document before us has quite a bit of information, good information about student housing, and I think quantifies some of what we see coming from UCSB, but not so much Santa Barbara City College. That's the big elephant in the room, quite frankly, that not only do they have a huge draw, and I know their enrollment is focused here, but there's a lot of people that come from out of state and pay that tuition, but what can you tell me about that number of students that attend City College that come from out of the area, and then what you know about, or what would you love to see happen with respect to possible housing have City College provide some housing on campus or acquire off-site apartments to manage?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Higgins. So as far as the numbers from City College goes, we did not receive, I know we reached out to them, but we didn't get the numbers in time for this hearing. Although I have heard, I know people that work there, and their enrollment numbers have dropped quite a bit in recent years. And I've also heard that a lot of students are now attending online, so they don't even necessarily live here anymore. But that's just, I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I can't quote anything for sure. And then the other issue about building campus on site, or sorry, housing on site, or maybe off-site housing, I do know, and I don't know the number of the legislation, but some state legislators have been pushing through some legislation to make it easier to build housing on community college campuses, and even, I believe, probably elementary and other school campuses. So we'll track that. You know, we'll have to just keep talking to City College and coordinating with them, as we said, in one of the programs to gauge their interest. And I don't know their funding situation and whether they can handle this, but it's something we'd be interested in pursuing.
Okay, that's
with them.
interesting. So, yeah, when this has come up in the past, it's been stated generally that City College has some sort of institutional prohibition or limits because of their charter or whatever it is that prevents them from having housing on campus, but that may change with some pending legislation. Is that what you're saying?
Commissioner Higgins, yes, I don't know the details of that legislation, but I have heard it's pending.
Okay, a couple more questions. The quantified need for homeless beds, I'm sort of mixing terms, I'm sure, but it looked to me like in the document there's generally the point in time count of roughly 800 or 900 in the city, and then we happen to have 800 or 900 beds, rough numbers, planner math. So is that how we arrive at our overall need at roughly 1,800? Are those two numbers combined equal our need?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Higgins, that's one I'll need to get back to you on because the numbers we got for the people experiencing homelessness were from Health and Human Services staff, and I haven't had the opportunity to coordinate with them yet and delve down into those numbers, so we can get back to you on that.
Okay, so two more questions. One is, there's lots of good information in this document about timelines for applicants to go through the process. I think it's in the regulatory constraints. I've already asked a question, so this is a statement, and I'll buy you a cup of coffee because I'm out of line, but would like to see more information about what it takes for a typical project, which you have in there, and talk to developers about what it takes to find property first, find money to finance it, tie it up, because that adds a year. And then you can start the process with the city for the land use entitlement or design approval, which is the 3-year time frame. But the rest of the process needs to be part of that disclosure, I think, for the public. Time to get to building permit and then build it. And in that, it would be nice to have some statistics about those projects that have been approved that have expired, because not everything that we approve gets built, and I think that's part of the reason for your buffer, right? And then if you could, and you don't have to do it right now, but I would like you to repeat the part about La Cumbre Plaza, whether or not that fits into our quantified objectives or does not.
Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Higgins, it does. It's part of the quantified objectives.
So that's, is it okay for me to characterize that as relatively, that's part of our regular assumptions about how much housing we typically build, and so that's an assumption that we're going to take advantage, that's going to be there for us without any other incentives?
We think it's reasonably foreseeable that there'll be a redevelopment of that property within the 6 cycle.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have some more questions based on what I hear from my colleagues, though.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple quick questions. This is going to council, the draft is going to council on July 26th. And I think, Ms. Dicey, I heard you say that, that verbally you're going to relay Planning Commission's comments to council. Are you going to put them in writing so they have a chance to review them? Or we were asked by Chair Escobedo to give our priorities, our top 5, and I think it's important that they actually get written down. So I just would like you to address that.
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wiscombe, so the staff report for that council item was due already. Like I've already had to submit it into the system. So as far as submitting anything in writing, I could maybe turn to Ms. Brooks and see if that's possible to do something at a late date.
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wiscombe, I think we could ask about adding an attachment if we needed to get something in writing. to the CAR. It would probably upset too many folks in the review chain to amend the CAR itself at this point.
No, I wouldn't ask you to
We
do
could
that,
also,
but
sorry, we could also transmit it to them under memo as well.
Or
separate memo.
could you do it as our draft minutes? Will they be done by then and then submit them?
Ms. Fennessy?
Not ratified, but oh, good, I'm involving everyone.
I do believe so, that I could get them done by the 26th. Is that correct?
Okay. I just, comment is I think it's important that they get conveyed to council in writing since the, timeframe has been so truncated here. Okay. And then, Ms. Deisty, something that I mentioned in an email to you, on staff report on page 2, as of June 2022, of the 335 jurisdictions with the 6-cycle housing elements already reviewed by HCD, 67% were determined to be out of compliance with state law. And I'm wondering, were you able to identify any common threads? And also, do you foresee changes to our draft that might have come from any research you might have had a chance to do in your spare time, which I know that you had so much of?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wiscombe, we did do a little research after getting your questions. I had Jillian Ferguson help out with that, and she looked at HCD comments for cities surrounding us, so Ventura, Thousand Oaks, Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, cities like that. She found the two most outstanding items were that HCD felt people didn't address affirmatively furthering fair housing in accordance with government code as it relates to goals, priorities, metrics, and milestones. So they felt like either people didn't include the assessment at all or they didn't do it well enough. And then apparently some draft housing elements didn't provide the inventory of land suitable for residential development, and so they got dinged for that. And they didn't analyze the relationship of zoning and public facilities and services to these sites. So those seem to be a common thread. So based on that, it's a little hard for us to judge right now because that furthering fair housing section is so new, and it's being reviewed up and down the state, and they haven't had a lot of time to see if we've done an adequate job or not. That's going to be hard to judge ahead of time, but I think we have done a really good job with our sites inventory and provided everything HCD needs.
Great, okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think your section on AFFH is really good. It seems very thorough. Yeah, so, that's great, okay. And I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bonderson?
Thank you, Chair Escobedo. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a couple questions having to do sort of really quickly piggybacking off of what Commissioner Balke was talking about with regard to collecting data. Ms. Deisty, you mentioned earlier that for the ADU portion, you can only get activities recorded from those who respond to a survey. Is there any other type of collection of information that we have at our disposal at the moment? Or is there any way that that you're aware of, that we can legally require those who rent to provide us with their rental information, like how many units they might have, what their rent might be, and so on? Anything you can enlighten us on will be my first question.
Okay, Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson. So one other method that was used, and I actually have, I think it's Sacramento County's affordability analysis here. What they did is actually looked at, instead of surveying their people who have ADUs, they just looked at open listings. So they looked at
Excellent.
Craigslist and Zillow and all kinds of other places to see what people were renting them at. That's something we considered here, but our vacancy rate is so low. There's so few rental listings in our city. Plus, it's not always easy to determine if it really is an ADU. When you look at these rental listings, we just didn't think that was going to work for us. We might have found 2 or 3, that are actually being rented instead of the response rate we did get, which was better than that. Let's see. Oh, and the second part of your question was whether we could legally ask for rent information. So I'd like to refer to Ms. Ostrenger for that part of the question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, Commissioner Bonderson?
Absolutely. Hi, Ms. Ostringer. So my question is if we currently have or if we can implement some sort of citywide requirement to collect information from any owner that chooses to rent any type of space, whether it's a room, whether it's a unit or an ADU or anything, even the whole unit, the whole house itself. Do we have any type of leniency to impose something like this?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson, it's something that actually we've been looking at as part of a rental registry, and it was actually before the council to do a study. They had there was a question of whether we would spend the money to do the study. I think it was approximately $200,000, and council hasn't pursued it at that time, but I think it's still out there for consideration.
Thank you. And what did you call it a rental registry? Is that a term we can throw around for the conversation?
Chair Escobedo, Vice Chair Bonderson, yes.
Okay, thank you. I like that term actually, so I'm going to continue using it. My follow-up question with that is at this time, and please excuse my ignorance, I have never rented out anything, so I don't know the answer to this, but as a business owner, I'm familiar with the fact that when I collect money on something, I have to have an active business license in the city of Santa Barbara. Do owners who rent out any space, are they required to get a business license or pay taxes on that rental income?
Chair Escobedo, my understanding is there's a threshold of number of units. So if you're over 3 units or 3 units or more, then you need a business license, and I don't know this tax structure for it.
Thank you, Mr. Gullett. Nice to see you. The following question I have is, obviously, a lot of work has been done to collect data with regard to renting out rooms and units to students. I'm curious to know if anyone has looked into collecting the information from any of the international schools. You may remember that I worked at an international school for many, many years, and the schools depend exclusively on local families to rent out rooms or even entire units or whatnot. Sometimes even for the summers or for the school years, we would rent out an entire complex of apartments. I'm interested to know, is that statistic anywhere? Are we counting those type of rentals at all? Because those are taking up some of our available stock. Is that part of the data?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson, we did not collect that data for this housing element, but it's something we could look into.
I think it would be good because I know that since COVID has, changed things. But prior to COVID, there was a lot of rooms throughout the community being rented out. And I think that statistic would be nice to have. I'd also say that in some cases, those families that would rent out a room for an international student may not necessarily be interested in renting out a room to a local worker. So, there's an interesting line there. And it would be nice to know what families are willing and interested in doing to help the rental stock. If you ever put together another survey, that could be a question. Let me just check. I want to make sure. Oh, and I have one final question, and it was with regard to your presentation, Ms. Deisty. You mentioned your public outreach to date was that you had reached out to about 38,000 people so far. Is there a continuation of that effort, or was that a closed effort? Is that portion finished?
Commissioner Escobedo and Bonderson, no, I don't consider public outreach closed at this point. I mean, the initial outreach was very much an intro to the housing element, so we told people, you know, we're starting this effort, this is what it involves, we want to hear from you. But I still would want to hear from people, and maybe when we can pause for a moment and after we're done the revised draft, we can keep reaching out to people. We love to give presentations to community groups or, you know, anyone who asks for them. We'll really come and talk to them about it. So I want to continue that.
Let me follow up with that. Are those presentations televised for anyone who may not be able to come in person?
Commissioner Bonderson, the big public outreach event we had, the joint one with the county and the other cities, was live streamed. Some of the other presentations have been via Zoom, but I think people would only know about it if they were in that particular group we spoke to. But we haven't done any other televised presentations.
Thank you. What type of outreach were you using? Was it email or mail, postal mail, or other?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bonderson, how did people hear about these?
Yeah, what type of outreach did you use?
We used email, so we have extensive email lists of people who signed up to be notified of the housing element, our LDT list. We use City News and Brief. Let's see, we've used just calling people, talking to people, newspaper ads, you know, everything we can think of. And we also, I wanted to mention, we did go to the design review boards as well, so those are televised.
That's great. I just want to end with a single comment with regard to this. And I was going to say a few people asked me about outreach. They had not heard about this. And I believe that they might be in the older age group that isn't as active on receiving emails or being on Zoom. And I'm wondering if we have any sort of consensus for households that might benefit from postal mail with this regard, people who are interested in the information, who may not be receiving it. And I'll just plant that. You don't have to respond to that. Thank you. That concludes my questions for now. Chair Escobedo, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bonderson. Other questions from the commission? Commissioner Wardlow.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, and thank you, commissioners, for all of your questions. I just have a few things. First, so on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I'm excited to hear about this. I appreciated the public comment. I'd love to know a little bit more about how staff thinks that this will be funded and what those sources will be, like how we bring this to fruition.
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wardlow, that's a really good question, and a lot of these programs at this stage are concepts that we put together. We had to do this all very quickly as well, so I don't know the details yet about that Affordable Housing Trust Fund. There's been some ideas of it, like I said, being a one-stop shop source of funding sources we already have for housing, and let's say if we collect in lieu fees, so this could be a place where the in lieu fees go, and then part of the program would be deciding how are these funds allocated once they're in this fund. So what we'll be working on is, do we fund a certain amount for home repairs? Do we fund a certain amount for new construction? So part of that program is figuring out the details as we go along.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's a lot of work to be done, and out of all the 26 different goals and programs that we're seeking to do, that seems like a bit of a heavy lift to figure out and then really bring to fruition and make a difference. So thank you for clarifying that a little bit for me. Sorry. What?
I just wanted to make a comment on that before you go on. If you, when we talked about this with staff, Goleta has a program, and they work with the county, and they're really a home buyers program. Carlsbad has a program, and they're all called Affordable Housing Trust Funds. where a portion of their CDBG and home funds go in there for development. Long Beach has one that's partially funded by TOT from long-term stays. So they're all very different is just what I was going to say. I think that.
Thank you, Commissioner. In hearing about, Goleta's program and the way in which that there's more focused on home ownership, I think that's an interesting perception. When you mentioned kind of home repairs and those types of more assistance-based funding, that to me, I'm more supportive of what Goleta's looking at, or a more tailored approach to this, just in terms of like what we're actually going to get out of it. But thank you. My next question is about the short-term vacation rental ordinance. So I know we've all discussed this a few times about the housing, preventing more hotels going up in areas that could be used for affordable housing or just housing in general. When we talk about like a timeline for this, like what would be our ability to stop that now? Like, I've had a couple people in the community come up to me and say like, oh my gosh, there's all, there's more things going up. How is this still happening if council and planning commission is saying that, they really want to see more housing and less hotels? So I just wanted to get an understanding of timeline of like when that could go into effect.
Right. Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wardlow. So I think there's two things in there. One is enforcement. If we're receiving complaints about houses currently being used potentially illegal for short-term rental, and the process to enforce can be challenging. It can be challenging to build a case strong enough to actually prove that out. That's why when we receive those complaints in our code compliance section, we often refer those to the city attorney's office for follow-up. So there's that side of just trying to retain our existing housing stock for long-term tenancy rather than short-term rentals. And then there's the actual ordinances for those who want to legally convert some use to a short-term rental stay. Those requests have slowed down somewhat in the last couple of years. We do still receive some inquiries about that, and occasionally do process those conversions in the inland areas. To my knowledge, I don't believe we've had any recent requests from applicants wanting to legally convert short-term rentals in the coastal zone. Those do require a coastal development permit. We've not had requests for those. Our timeline for wanting to modernize our regulations around short-term rentals is fairly near term. We're starting to do some research now in our department on that with the intent of trying to get those ordinance amendments to hearing within the next year. So part of that might be treating short-term rentals somewhat different than hotels, looking at how other communities regulate them. The last time that we explored amending our ordinances in this regard, it's about 6 years ago, and short-term rental platforms have changed since then. They're much more cooperative now with local jurisdictions to help enforce local ordinances. So I think some of those challenges we saw several years ago, we may not have the same types of challenges. So we're hoping that we can make the regulations more clear, define for everybody in which areas they are and are not allowed, which then, hopefully would make enforcing the regulations that much more clear for people too. But it's really a two-prong approach.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Brooke, in addition to all of those things that you had mentioned, isn't one of the primary advantages to having a short-term vacation rental is that we can be proactive in our enforcement rather than reactive and waiting for a complaint? Because we would have regulations on the books, we would have to hold them accountable to those regulations, and if they're not in compliance, then we can enforce. Is that right?
Correct, and we can do that now. We can enforce now with our current ordinances, but we've seen other communities adopt ordinances that make it more clear, just much more transparent to everybody, whether or not you have a legal short-term rental operation in your neighborhood or not, both with just different licensing mechanisms, having to list those license numbers on the platform. If you don't see a license, city license number on on a short-term rental platform, it's a pretty strong indicator that perhaps it's not legal. Our hope is to clarify the process, clarify the areas where short-term rentals could be allowed, and then make enforcement of it much more clear for folks as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have a few more questions. Okay, on following up on some of the public comment, which I really appreciated about us all really understanding, what does affordability mean? What are these different brackets of income, and how do they come into fruition in our community? When you were speaking about the ADUs and the fact that we're counting those as very low income because we're counting them as some folks give them out, let people use them for free. To me, that seems really counterintuitive to our goal of actually creating really affordable housing, because in those scenarios where people are giving a friend a place to stay, those are typically really wealthy people that are connected to really wealthy people that have those types of relationships, and it's really not addressing the needs of those that are actually suffering. And so why did staff or why did the recommendation from, I think, HCD want to move forward in this direction as I feel like that's kind of just covering up us not really addressing the real issue here? Because I don't see how we could make the case that that's actually giving more affordable housing to people that need affordable housing, when we all know that people that have those types of relationships are probably not those that are really in need.
So Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wardlow, so prior to this accounting for ADUs in different income categories, all the ADUs that were built in our fifth cycle housing element, we just counted as above moderate because we didn't know the rents and how they were being used. So this was an attempt HCD wanted us to count ADUs as part of our housing stock moving forward, and they don't want them included in the inventory on particular sites because that's impossible to predict. But they do want you to sort of determine moving forward what their rent rates would be. And so this was kind of our best attempt at doing that. One thing that changed as well, which isn't highlighted in the data, is a number of ADUs are not being used as housing at all. There are people using them as offices or extra space or whatever. So HCD actually required us on advice of our BAE is we don't count those ones as housing at all. So we had to actually take out some of the numbers of ADUs that we normally would have predicted would have been built in the next 8 years, and eliminate, do you remember the percentage? I think maybe 20 or 30% of them we had to eliminate because we know they're not being used as housing.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you for clarifying that.
Commissioners, excuse me, Commissioner Wardlow, do you mind if I jump in right here to ask a question?
Go ahead, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much. Please excuse the interruption. It actually has to do with a thought I've been having, and I didn't know if it would merit a question, but since it came up, I will throw my question into the ring. Obviously, you all know that I practice, I'm a practitioner in town. I do applications for all sorts of things for land use. And I know that for different types of structures, such as off the top of my head, cabanas, guest houses, if you want to run a business in some cases out of your house, there's different types of documentation that you have to provide as part of the application process to get to permit issuance, like a notice for property owner at the end of the project, where the owner signs a clear set of rules on how they have to use that structure, defining, the use of a guest house and not to have it habitable more than X number of days in a year, and so on and so forth. That's just an example. Do we have currently, or can we implement a type of document like this for those interested in building ADUs, so that there is some sort of accountability to the owner who's proposing these types of additional structures on their property, that it does not end up as an office. It doesn't end up as a playhouse or a guest house or another use that it's not defined as.
Vice Chair Escobedo, or
Oh,
excuse
no,
me,
I
Chair
triggered Ms.
Escobedo.
Ostringer.
Vice Chair Bonderson, sorry, it's been a while for me too. We can't regulate necessarily how people use their real property. We can, to the extent that the state allows us, we can say they can't be used for short-term rentals. The state does allow us to say you can't rent this for a period of 30 days or less. So that's one nice way of regulating it, but to say, we can't say you can't use it as an office or, you know, your own personal office. Maybe you can't run your own business out of it unless if you're not meeting zoning codes, but that's a little bit of a different issue.
Vice Chair Bonderson, it's Ms. Brooke. I might just add, because I think what you were alluding
thank you.
what you were alluding to at the beginning of your comment question was a zoning compliance declaration, which is something we have for a long time had people record against their property. Prior to these new ADU laws, when people were adding or renovating cabanas or accessory buildings, and it had some elements of a residential unit, but not all of them, and we required owners to record against their property a statement that they would not use that as a separate dwelling unit. So now it's sort of like the transverse of what you're asking about now, just so everyone knew what you were referring to.
Yes, thank you, and I'm so grateful that you did know what I was referring to. That being said, though, is there any possible way to hold homeowners accountable for the desire to have an accessory dwelling unit on their property, whether it's for, you know, use of a family member or use for rental space, and actually have some level of accountability that would help us not only understand how many units are being used as rental spaces, but also to hold them accountable to actually rent it out and give back to our housing stock instead of using it or leaving it empty. Using it for some other use, I'm sorry. Because if we use it, and I'm gonna sub-point, if you use it as a guest house or if you use it as a playhouse or some other use, is that allowed? Or is it only in the opposite direction that it's not allowed? Like a guest house can't be used for an ADU, but can an ADU be used as a guest house? Hope that makes sense. Oh no, it's getting passed back to Ms. Ostringer. I'm in trouble now.
Yeah, Chair Escobedo and Vice Chair Bonderson, I think I understand your question is that what Ms. Brooke had said is if it's not for residential use, say it's a cabana, then we do put those zoning restrictions on it. But conversely, you can't do it the opposite way unless, you know, it's running a business. What I'm trying to say is you have an ADU. The city can't say, okay, well, you can't use it as, you know, your personal office. You can't use it as a playhouse. You can't, there's certain restrictions. So we can't restrict it that way.
Well, that answers my question. Thank you. It's not the answer I'd like to hear, but I understand the way it works. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Commissioner Wardlow. Pardon my intrusion.
Not a problem at all. 2 more questions. I'm so sorry. Okay. Actually, following up on something that Commissioner Bonder said earlier, when we've talked going to outreach, engagement, outreach, how we're communicating with the community, obviously we have all these new goals that we haven't had before in terms of ensuring equity and that we're really engaging the communities to make sure that those that really need housing and those that have been racially discriminated or haven't been included in other housing are prioritized. That's a really lofty goal. So how do we actually do that? And is the city, or have we already really started working with nonprofit partners that actually have those relationships with the communities in which we're trying to address and serve? Because appreciating that, you know, the city has an email list and all of that, I feel like a lot of folks don't read city emails. So maybe getting, you know, information and guidance from somebody like a trusted partner would be a better way to go about engagement. So I just wanted to see what we've done in that space. As you know, I've had a couple people mention it that know what they're doing in the space. So just wanted to see.
Yes, Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wardlow. So our partnership with Santa Barbara Foundation was really helpful in that respect because, again, they helped us organize that meeting that we had with the county and the other cities. They reached out to all the people they serve, which is extensive number of people. So I think that's a start. That's sort of those types of partnerships. You know, we work with and talk to the Housing Authority, and they have an extensive list of residents and clients that they serve that they reached out to. So we're doing our best to kind of go beyond just the email and to reach out to those groups. We did meet with CAUSE and SB Can and the League of Women Voters and some of the people that submitted comment letters today. It's been a little challenging with the COVID restrictions and not doing as many in-person events as we would have liked to, although we were able to hold that one event, which was really great. But yeah, and
Really
it's something
great.
we'd like to continue to do.
Great, well, thank you for that feedback. I hope that we can kind of continue that prioritization with those, more groups that really serve the underserved groups, really leading the charge. My last question is about, I think, something that everybody really cares about that we really pushed in the last joint hearing, which is about when can we expect, if a real priority is to have a designated funding stream for the Housing Authority, what is a timeline that we can expect that we can actually get that done? Because, I understand Mr. Gillett's comments regarding that, the numbers that we've projected are based off not what is being proposed in this plan as a whole, right? All these creative policies that we're going to develop. So understanding that this is a critical source that we do not have, and it's a huge priority to me and I think a lot of folks in this community, what's the timeline? How do we move this forward and how can we be helpful?
Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wardlow. So if we hear from your commission and from City Council that that's our top priority, then we will make it the top priority and start on that right away. Of course, I would need to turn to Ms. Brooks about our workload and how we can allocate resources and staff to it. But that's what we want to hear from your commission and City Council, that's what they want us to pursue first.
Certainly, and I think also depending on what sources we look to for that funding stream, that would determine when we might actually start to see revenue coming in. If it's a tax or a measure that needs to go on the ballot, that obviously would take some time to establish and implement.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's the remainder of my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wardlow. We are at 3:03, so I think it's a good time for a break. Let's say a 12-minute break, and we'll come back at 3:15. 13th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. We'll call this meeting back to order at 3:16. I believe Commissioner Lodge doesn't have any questions, so I'll jump right into my questions. And then we'll give an opportunity for the rest of the commission to follow up with any questions that they might have. So let's see, kind of following up on Vice Chair Bonderson's line of questioning about ADUs and use. I understand that we can't just place a restriction or a requirement rather, but what about an exchange for incentives? So whether that's permit fee reductions, I know the process is already pretty quick, but maybe in exchange for some sort of incentive, can we get something back, whether that's requirements to reply to the survey, requirements that it's rental housing, anything of that nature, so there's kind of a mutually beneficial exchange.
Chair Escobedo, yes, we could look into, we have a couple of programs about ADUs in this housing element, and that could be folded in to look at ways to offer something to homeowners who want to construct an ADU in exchange for maybe some level of affordability. I was just mentioning to Ms. Ostringer, it might be the city or county of LA has a program. I think they're running it with a nonprofit organization, but they, if somebody agrees to rent an ADU for a certain amount of period to someone who's on the verge of homelessness, they do offer financing, or I'm not sure what they offer in exchange, but they offer something to homeowners. So that's something we could look into. Like you mentioned, ADUs are already fairly easy to permit, and we don't have really high development impact fees or anything we could waive necessarily, but we can look into what we could offer in exchange for something.
Okay, and so if I heard you correct, and you don't have to go into too much, but deed restriction for a certain period of time could be one of those incentives that we could exchange for financing, funding.
Chair Escobedo, yeah, that's certainly something we could look into.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I forget where, but somewhere in the housing element, it talks about the intention to submit Title 30 in the coastal zone. Is there a timeline for submitting that, or is there will it get done in the 6th cycle?
Oh, Chair Escobedo. We really want to submit Title 30 as a local coastal program amendment, so that the zoning ordinance regulations can at least come more closely in alignment between the inland and coastal areas. Our intent is to get through this current package of amendments that we've been working on, as I mentioned in response to Commissioner Lodge's question about some cleanup amendments to Title 30 since it's been adopted, as well as the multi-unit housing development standards, adjustments that we've been wanting to make. I believe that once we have those local amendments adopted through Planning Commission, City Council, we'd be at a good point to submit Title 30 to the Coastal Commission. Understanding our ordinance is likely going to be a living document going forward, we'd like to not wait to have such a large work effort to submit to the Coastal Commission. They'd probably prefer that as well. But just knowing with other recent LCP amendments, I don't anticipate that being certified by the Commission for at least 2 years. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay. So a question I had, going through, I think it was the government constraints portion of the housing element, and it's on page 60 of the housing element. It had the average timeline for a project to go through the development process as 322 days. And it looked at a wide variety of projects, AUD projects. And that time frame, 322 days, if that is the case, that seems pretty reasonable to get through the development process for me anyways. But that's not anecdotally what I've heard in the past about how long it takes to get through the development process. So do you have any insight into why, anecdotally, I've heard it takes many years to get through the development process versus in the housing element, it outlines it as 322 days?
Chair Escobedo, I could try to answer most of that. I'll ask Ms. Dicey or Mr. Gullett to answer what exactly BAE looked at when they came up with the 322 days. I'm not sure what range of projects they looked at with that number, but just understanding there is a range of projects that comes through our discretionary review process, so that timeline is pretty far-ranging as well. As you all know, we're subject to the Permanent Streamlining Act, so when a formal application is submitted to staff, we have to respond within 30 days. So there are elements of this project review process where we are held to 30-day review and comment, and then the application, of course, goes back to the applicant and spends a certain amount of time with them as well. So then there's the hearing process. So once an application is deemed complete, can spend some time in design review, or if it needs a land use entitlement with the Planning Commission. And then we do know there is a pretty elongated period of time from when a project receives project design approval at the Design Review Board to when they actually get to construction drawings and get final approval and are ready to submit for a building permit. That's a pretty significant period of time for a project applicant. I believe that 322-day mention in the housing element was from the date of first application to the city, and was it building permit up? Final design approval, okay. So construction drawings, final design approval. So you're right, that sounds fairly fast, 322 days, but that's not always the case, I do agree.
In Chair Escobedo, just to clarify, so this is a total of 73 projects were average. So those projects were through the life of the AUD program, 2013 to 2021. The 322 days was an average of all those projects.
Thank you. So HCD just released a map of racially concentrated areas of affluence, and Santa Barbara has a couple of areas at which were identified as racially concentrated areas of affluence. What does this mean for the housing element, if at all, in terms of evaluation, and should we be taking it into consideration as we look at programs and policies?
Chair Escobedo, yeah, we also received notice that map just came out and found it really interesting to look at. So that's part of the affirmatively furthering fair housing. There's a discussion about that, but we didn't have the benefit of the map at the time. So I think my understanding of that map is you want to make sure you're not concentrating, for example, all your low-income housing in areas that are considered low opportunity, you know, too far away from good schools and jobs and transit and things like that. Our areas that showed as those affluent areas tended to be up in the foothills, honestly, kind of Riviera, parts of San Roque, parts of the far west edge of the city. We don't have a lot of our housing opportunity sites in those areas for various reasons. A lot of them are just single-family zoned areas. They're, if you laid that map on top of our high fire hazard area maps, they'd line up pretty well as well. But we do intend in this next revision to include that map and kind of look at it and see if we have to adjust anything based on what we learn.
And in looking at that map, you're right that much of it is in the high fire area, but there are portions that are not.
Right.
And I guess this is a follow-up comment. It would be nice to focus on those areas and see if there are opportunities for us to kind of spread out the development to mix it up in that area.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. You're right, there are some areas that are definitely not in the high fire hazard and closer to transit, and the intent is really to make sure where you're assuming the housing will be built, is evenly distributed throughout the city.
Thank you. This question refers to the timeline that that got us to here, and then also looking forward. And we had some public comment about how it seems very compressed, it seems very rushed, and there aren't as many opportunities as we would like for public input. Is it fair to say, my understanding is that we had intended to hire a consultant, and we weren't able to find a consultant, and because of that, it shifted to staff and kind of later in the game than we would have had hoped had we known it sooner?
Chair Escobedo, that's correct. We prepared a request for proposals, and our first round, I think we had a 30-day response and didn't get any responses. So we actually put more money into it and still didn't get any responses. So there were 2 rounds of requests for proposals and waiting for responses. And then by the time we realized consultants were just not going to bid on this project because they're honestly, they're busy. They're doing housing elements all up and down the state and just don't have the bandwidth. We had to switch staff resources fully to this. And it's been very compressed. It's not ideal at all. And we would have loved to have done additional hearings and maybe a more extended public outreach had we had more time. But we were kind of forced into this position of pulling people together, and everyone's done an amazing job considering how fast we had to do it.
I agree. And speaking and touching on the timeline portion, we're going to have to deliver this to HCD. They're going to have it for 90 days, and then we're going to get it back. When we get it back, what sort of flexibility do we have to make changes to the housing element that are outside of the responses to HCD comments? And to follow up to that, my rationale is, could that 90 days possibly be an outreach period as well for us to continue to gather public input, even if it's not a part of the housing element?
Chair Escobedo, that's a great question. I think I would need to look just at the procedures from HCD to make sure that we could still amend the housing element. My understanding is we can, because the first HCD considers that draft to be the first draft, really, the one they're going to get. And if we had good reasons to make more amendments, as long as they know what we did, once it gets adopted, I think that would be fine. And that would be a good opportunity to continue public outreach.
Okay, thank you. And then somewhat related on timelines, we have that February, I forget, 15th, 2023 date to submit it to certify it, or is it to submit it to HCD?
It's to submit.
To submit to HCD. They're going to review, and they may not certify it. What happens in that situation? Are we then out of compliance, and then we suffer the repercussions that are outlined in the staff report, or do we get a grace period to make some changes and resubmit?
Chair Escobedo, there is a grace period, so I believe, yeah, there's, if we need to do any rezones or any changes along that respect, I believe we have, is it a year, to get those done, even if we're not certified. And then I haven't seen that HCD immediately does some of those things, like keeps grant funds away or starts coming down on cities. I think I think we can show as a city we've made a really good faith effort to comply with their state laws, and they will work with us. I don't see that they would, any of those punishments we mentioned before would be anything they would come down on immediately. I think it's more for cities that are somewhat defiant or not wanting to comply with state law where those apply.
Okay, that's good to hear. I apologize to my colleagues. I have a few more. So, as it relates to ADUs and the classification, and we've heard plenty of questions and public comment about that, what is the benefit to classifying them if they're being rented out to family members or children or what have you, that it be classified as very low, what's the benefit for us? Is it just so that on paper we look like we have more very low income units? Or does it make us more competitive for grant funding so that we can actually realize very low income units?
Chair Escobedo, we're simply required to report the income level for all of these, and as previously mentioned, we've just assumed above moderate for all of them because we didn't have any better information than that, and now we have information from a survey, and it's telling us something that might be surprising to some of us, but it's also it gives us an ability to tailor our policies and programs and regulations to get better what we need as a community. Part of the overall goals for this program is to have housing be used as housing, and we're seeing ADUs, many of them not be used as housing. So I appreciate your question earlier. If there's ways we can incentivize their use as housing, that's a benefit for the community.
And I appreciate your answer. The survey had a low response rate, and I don't put that on you. It's just really hard to get survey responses, right? I mean, we see it with the AUD program as well. It's just tough. Something like a rent registry, or we had even discussed the possibility of new units that go onto the market. Maybe those are required to reply to this survey, and we kind of keep a rent registry from this point moving forward. We would get many more responses, much more accurate information to be able to make these projections into the future. Why was that not considered as one of the programs? Because I know it was one that we had kind of discussed, and was it a resource issue? Was it past discussions at City Council, those sorts of things?
Chair Escobedo, City Council has, as Ms. Ostringer noted, considered a rental registry already. So this is a policy decision at their level. So they, my understanding is they decided not to proceed with one because of the cost of it. Mm-hmm. If the Planning Commission feels strongly that that should be included, I recommend that the Planning Commission include that in their comments.
And so if we include that in our comments, that'll get relayed on the 26th, albeit not in the staff report, but at least at some point in the presentation.
Chair Escobedo, yeah, our desires, Commissioner Wiscombe noted, it would be good to have it in writing to City Council ahead of time, so either part of the minutes or some other way.
Okay, thank you. And I just have a couple more. Apologies to my colleagues. So one of the discussions that we had, and I think I heard this, but I kind of want to hear it explicitly, is during the joint meeting we talked about, I believe it might have been Commissioner Wiscombe, is having regular checkpoints to kind of hold us accountable to making progress on the programs and the goals set in the housing element. We're obviously pretty early on because we haven't even approved the housing element, but is the goal to do annual updates to City Council on progress, kind of using what you have to submit to HCD, I imagine?
Yeah, Chair Escobedo, we are required to report to SCD every April 1st, before every April 1st each year, of all the information for housing element implementation for the prior year. We do a report, so because the timeline's pretty tight, we have had that on the consent calendar at City Council ahead of time, but we will be having a open public hearing on that and presenting on that every year from here forward. So that's the proposed program in the draft housing element right now.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. I said that might have been my last question, but this is actually it. So the police station, the current police station. We know that we're going to get a new police station. I believe we're going to get that new police station in cycle 6, which would make that parcel a vacant parcel, city-owned. And I believe Rob Fredericks, I said it was not identified as a suitable site on the inventory. Is there time to change that? And I have a follow-up to that question.
Chair Escobedo, there's higher scrutiny for use of public land for housing, so that would be something HCD would look at closely. In terms of timelines with building of the police station and then designing, like decommissioning the police station, demolishing the police station, it may be unlikely that it's done within the 8 years. But because the city owns it, and we don't have a plan in place of how that land is going to be used in the future, it falls in kind of the same category as we're treating parking lots downtown. There's a lot of community interest in using some parking lots for housing, and we have a program that would look at all our city-owned lands for suitability for housing and come up with a plan for that. But we don't have one right now. And with the parking lots, for instance, like we know they're being used for parking, and we do foresee that they be used for other uses, including housing into the future. We just don't have that in place, and we wouldn't be able to defend that in the suitable sites inventory to HCD at this point.
So I think the parking lot sometimes can be kind of a hard one because people can be sensitive about parking in particular. This police station is going to be vacant. And I wonder if not identified as a suitable site, if there was consensus, if city council also agreed, is it possible to have a program that doesn't have that level of scrutiny or hold us to anything like building housing on that site in the 6th cycle, but investigating, possibly transferring that over to the housing authority or some other nonprofit? Because in thinking about affordable housing, right, you get subsidized units with the subsidy. Many times it's dollars and cents, but it can also be land. We saw it on the Carrillo Castillo land. Oftentimes that's a very large subsidy. Could that potentially be a program?
Yeah, Chair Escobedo, so just back to the police station site a bit, so that it is zoned for residential. So when the police station goes away, housing can be built there. It doesn't need to be on the suitable sites inventory to be built there. And
but more of the transfer, right? It would have to be transferred from the city to the housing authority. They are related, but they're separate entities.
Right, and those kinds of discussions, it's housing authority board, city council, so those decisions are a ways off. I would be reluctant to rely upon that in the suitable sites inventory. I mean, that said, like we're not taking away any development rights by not including that in the suitable sites inventory.
Agreed. So I'll take one more crack at it, and then I promise I'll move on.
I hope to understand.
I promise. Not necessarily the suitable sites inventory, but a program that just says, a very low threshold program that says we will investigate transferring this property over to the housing authority for affordable housing. And the reason why I'm kind of like focusing on this, other than it is supported by Rob Fredericks, is that it's located in an ideal place for affordable housing. It's very close to many amenities, but even more importantly, it's in the like core transit corridor where basically many lines meet. The transit center is just a block away. So do you have any, I guess a better way of framing it, do you have any reluctance of adding a program that is kind of low threshold for us to meet it, of just kind of doing an investigation or having the conversation rather?
Chair Escobedo, I would suggest, so we have the program that would look at city properties, and perhaps that program could be more specific about some properties and to some entities like housing authority transferring those properties. Otherwise, we're not talking specifically about individual properties in our programs right now.
I think that's a fair compromise, and I think that's one that I would be supportive of. My fear is that when it becomes vacant, that we want to sell it for market rate, because market rate's pretty good to recoup a cost, and I think that's my fear of the housing authority not really getting that opportunity. So I think that's a fair compromise. I believe that is my last question, so I will turn it over to the commission if there are any last minute questions before we move into deliberations and feedback. I'm not seeing any, so how about deliberations? Commissioner Bauke.
Might as well go first on this. Being somewhat of the newbie, I was sort of taken back, honestly, about how poorly the city has done in meeting its affordable housing generation of units. You know, looking at the chart that was brought before the council and ourselves at the joint meeting, and I think Councilman Jordan made the comment of it was like an F, I think that, or a D or something to that effect. I completely agree. So we need to understand we have not been doing the job in the city to meet the community's need. And you see that, and you hear it everywhere. I don't care where you are in the city. I think there's a consensus politically and just amongst the citizens that we are not doing our job at meeting the affordable housing goals. So I'm not quite sure how to approach this, but I'll just sort of give you my thoughts on it, and I will be passing these on to the council. But the public comment that we had from Allied, League of Women Voters, SB Can, Pat Saley, Lisa Burns, Lisa Carlos, all of those, when I read them, I'm glad I didn't spend the time writing my comments first, because they said exactly what I would be saying. So all of those comments are right on. There wasn't hardly anything I had any issue with what those public entities and individuals were saying. So to shorten sort of my comments, I would say, you know, add those into my comments as part of this proceeding. So let's talk about what we need to do. The goals, you know, and unfortunately, I'm an implementation guy, and so these policy documents always drive me crazy, because, you know, they have goals and objectives and all that, and I want to see something done. So I understand the constraints we're here, but I think we need to really clearly express that goal 1, 2, and 8 are like on the top of the list, and we can discuss which one of 1 and 2 goes first. They're sort of hat in hand. But we need to produce more affordable housing in this community, and that affordable housing that is produced needs to be restricted. We're going to continue to have this difference between market rate, both on the for sale and for the rental, continue to get worse over time. It's just the nature of this community and its demand on an international scale. So we need to actually address, we have to have housing for the folks that serve the community. And, you know, that may it be the policeman, may it be the fireman, or may it be the school teacher, or anybody working in any of the service industries in this city. We need them to be here. Otherwise, as I mentioned back in 1990, when we were, this would be before a packed room at Earl Warm Showgrounds, when we were doing the general plan back then, we were talking about, you know, the jobs housing balance. Well, the job part got controlled. The housing balance part of it just never happened. And we're now living with the consequences of years and years and years of just not addressing this situation. So we need to get with it. So I understand staff's quantifiable objectives is sort of this is where we're at, what, as being an implementation guy. I think we need to take, sort of may not be part of the element, but look at how we can get from our quantified objectives to actually meeting what those RENA numbers are. I have some ideas on that, and I'll just put them on the table. First off, it's my experience over years and years that the low and very low is something public entities have to do. You will never get the private sector to make that work. The moderate depends on the jurisdiction or the scale of the project. It's sort of a, in Santa Barbara, looking at the numbers we're seeing here, you know, we've got, what, 4 that we got? And I think maybe with the project of Milpas that went up to 16 or something, you know, we got an extra 12. But we're really, you know, not doing well in the moderate either. We seem to be doing well with what we've got at the upper tier. So we need to refocus on all these lower tiers, and the low, very low in this city, the moderate, are things in which the public entities have to basically share most of the burden on. How you do that is a combination of things, primarily funding. And we've heard a whole lot of ideas of funding, and there's a list of them that I could give you. But, you know, vacancy tax, TOT tax. One thing I think we ought to think about, which is we need to look at an enhanced infrastructure finance district for the core area that used to be the redevelopment agency, because that is all the state has left you to sort of put Humpty Dumpty back together. If you look at the history of your affordable housing that you did produce during the time period in which there was a redevelopment agency, you did well. We need to get that back. We need to do something towards getting that kind of mechanism, and it may be not just the core, but those areas that you have, you're proposing for the affordable housing overlay. Because if projects get built there, then you're going to have a jump in the tax increment value unless it's a public project. And there should be some ability to recapture that and reinvest it in the community to build more. So creating a financing mechanism and funding streams which are set forth in Goal 8, I think is very, very important. As to prioritizing the housing, as I mentioned, it's got to be the low, low, very low. The city's in lieu fees or in lieu percentage is actually significantly lower in most of the communities I run across. A lot of cities are at 15. In fact, that's sort of the norm is 15. Other cities are at 20. Some are talking about going higher in areas that have similar high real estate values. If you go to the Silicon Valley, most of those cities are at 15. The city of East Palo Alto is at 20 and 25 in certain areas. So I think you might want to look at them and they also address projects that are less than 10 units. They go from down below that. We don't do that, so there's a whole lost opportunity of a number of projects. I understand the economic effects to landowners on that, but you know, bottom line, landowners in this community are part of the community, and they need to contribute, because from a development point of view, the math is worked on as to what the land residual analysis comes up with as to its developability. So what that land value, if the base zoning says you had 15% affordable at certain rates, you do the numbers, that would be what it would be worth from the open market to a developer. And if you want to go to our housing overlay approach or ADU, or AUD, sorry, I get those two mixed up, that you can do the math to figure out whether your product's feasible. And I think we need to go back and look at how benefits are to see where the math is. Maybe we need to increase the affordability levels and increase the allowable density. And back to the comments the community had, you know, those are the projects that are that would be community benefit. I was a little shocked that we considered market rate rental projects as community because they're rental. I get the idea of increasing supply, and that helps in the long term, but it doesn't really address the real dramatic problem we have that you see on the chart here of how we did in the fifth cycle. So I think there's a lot of examples that were mentioned as funding mechanisms, and I think the Vancouver one is one I don't know about, but that would be something to look at. You know, we do have a community which is always going to have a lot of second homes, and we need to understand there's a demand for that, and we need to understand how that affects. And I mean, that's a question to the community: is how many homes in Santa Barbara are primary residents? Do we have a handle on that? I mean, in my neighborhood, I have 2 houses I know of that people bought because they're here enough that it was cheaper to buy a house and then to pay a hotel rate every time they're here for work. So there's a lot of housing like that in this community, which we need to understand how that affects us, and whether it is a tax on those type of units, so they're contributing to, you know, how they're affecting housing. We need to address that. So there's a whole lot of stuff that we need to do, and my focus is that let's get to the implementation stuff. Most of the policy stuff is in the documents, fine, as a policy document, but we need to get to the hard work and get this done. And sort of my way of doing it would be program out how you get with your existing sites to the numbers that you have in the arena cycle at those levels, and work it backwards, you know, and determine how you can get there. It's unfortunate that we're sort of accept the status quo, that, you know, we can't get there. We didn't get there last time. We didn't get there the time before that, and we shouldn't accept that as something we want to do the next cycle. We should basically do our darndest to do what we can to not have this be another, well, we sort of did it, but we only got a D this time instead of an F. So anyway, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Belke. Commissioner Wiscombe, and then, or Commissioner Lodge, thank Commissioner Wiscombe, Commissioner Higgins.
Okay, well, I'm going to suggest some things that are a bit different than what we've heard, and I think might answer some of Commissioner Belke's concerns. And this goes back to because of comments that were made at a couple of Planning Commission meetings stating that the city of Ventura was meeting its RHNA numbers while the city of Santa Barbara was failing. So I decided to look at Ventura, okay? And I found out that Santa Barbara is not the only one that is failing to meet the low-income revenues, so is Ventura. And the data on which my comments are based is in the, on the RHNA numbers is in this document that Ms. Ostranger kindly printed out for everyone. So I decided to look at Ventura's record and then at 6 other cities nearby: Buellton, Carpinteria, Goleta, Lompoc, Oxnard, and Santa Monica. 5 of the cities have exceeded their above market income, moderate income allocation, in other words, market rate. But all except Santa Monica and Carpinteria have failed to meet their very low and or moderate income allocations. Carpinteria doesn't have an inclusionary requirement for rental units, but the city has worked through public-private partnerships with nonprofit housing providers to make projects possible. In 2018, Ventura adopted an inclusionary ordinance which requires rental housing to provide a total of 15% inclusionary housing divided between 1/3 very low, 1/3 low, and 1/3 moderate income levels for projects of 60 units or more. For smaller projects, the percentages are lower. There hasn't been much time for projects to be proposed and built. However, there is a significant amount of development going on which suggests that the inclusionary requirement isn't hampening housing development. Santa Monica has the highest inclusionary requirement of 30%. It also has rent control. 20% of total rental units are required to be for 80% of AMI income households, and 10% of the total rental units are required to be for 50% of AMI income households at affordable rents. Despite these requirements, housing development is going on apace in Santa Monica. While they did not do well on moderate income household levels, they exceeded their above moderate income level allocation by 328%. In other words, 3 times what their above moderate market rate units were their allocation. They managed to, that all included 30% of affordable housing. It appears the only way to get units affordable to lower income levels in projects built by for-profit developers is through inclusionary requirements. Santa Barbara should raise the percentage required to at least 15% and, as Ventura does and other communities, include very low and low-income units in that percentage, along with providing substantial assistance to nonprofit housing providers. Clearly, that's one place where we're getting the kind of housing we need. In addition, the city needs to correct the mistake made in creating the AUD priority housing overlay in 2013, when increased density was not tied to increased affordability. We were told by the development community, oh, if we up the density, they will build market rate housing that ordinary moderate income people can afford. Well, as we all know, that didn't happen. Rents have been whatever the market will bear. If the city doesn't make these changes to the priority housing overlay, it will continue to get 90% above market rate units and will continue to not meet its RHNA requirements. It is being said that the need for higher density in Santa Barbara was driven by the need to make apartments competitive economically with condos and commercial space. I don't know where this narrative is coming from, but it has nothing whatever to do with the AUD priority overlay. The city started work on its general plan update in 2006. By 2010, the city was at an impasse between those who wanted to up densities everywhere and those that didn't want to up densities anywhere. Since changes to the city's general plan require 5 affirmative votes, it appeared as if there might not be a general plan update. So in an effort to reach a compromise, I proposed that an experiment be made. The development community had repeatedly said, as I said before, that increased density would result in affordable market rate housing. In October 2010, to test if that would be the case, I suggested that in a very limited part of the city, as part of its commercial and light industrial areas, densities be increased for rental projects for the life of the building. Presumably, units would be less expensive by design. Then Councilmember Dale Francisco added the 250-year unit or 8-year time limit for the point at which the city would examine the results to see if the program was providing the kind of housing the city needed. While the AUD high priority overlay program has generated a lot of above market or market rate rental units, hundreds of them, it has not provided the kind of housing the city needs. It is time to end it. The most recent project that came online in Santa Barbara is 23 units at 800 Santa Barbara Street. Its rents range from $5,900 for a 1-bedroom unit to $7,500 for a 2-bedroom unit. Its density is 54 dwelling units per acre. At the same time, Cortona Point, a 176-unit project in Goleta, came online with rents for 1-bedroom units starting at $2,745, less than half the rent at 800 Santa Barbara for a similarly sized unit. 2-bedroom units go up to 4,300. Its density is 20 dwelling units to the acre, approximately 1/3 the density of 800 Santa Barbara Street. The only common amenity at 800 Santa Barbara Street is a narrow courtyard with a bench and a fountain. Cortona Point has a pool, 2-story clubhouse, dog park, barbecue areas, generous open space, and a fitness center. 800 Santa Barbara Street has a map of nearby fitness centers on their website. So something doesn't add up here. If such development can occur in Goleta, 10 miles away, the city needs to demand more of its developers. I recommend that the priority housing overlay part of the AUD program be replaced by the proposed affordable housing overlay while maintaining the present allowable density, since we can't reduce them anyway, but tying them to affordability. The higher the density, the higher the percentage of affordable units. Let's make inclusionary requirements would still be needed for AUD projects outside the overlay area. So let's try to get the city to get the kind of units it needs. And I think this is by replacing the high priority overlay with the affordable housing overlay, and I think that's a way that it can be done. So those are my comments. I asked Assistant City Attorney Ostringer if it would be possible to do this, and she said it's probably yes, but there are questions, probably partly a policy question. So planning staff, you know, that it would need to fit in with the general plan policies. So does staff see any problems with
Chair
doing
Chair
this?
Escobedo and Commissioner Lodge, Mr. Galt might have more to add here, but we do have a proposed program in the housing element to establish an affordable housing overlay. I think the details of what incentives would be provided and the maximum densities haven't been determined. So I think we'd take your comment as one from the commission today, and then if you want to speak to how that fits in with your top priorities within the housing element, then we pass that on to the city council. And I don't know if Mr. Galt, you have more to add about the affordable housing overlay concept.
Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Lodge, just looking toward outcomes versus mechanisms, because there's different ways of getting affordable housing out of projects. So one thing we did in 2019 with the priority housing overlay was to introduce a new inclusionary requirement to it. So there is a precedent using the priority housing overlay to get additional affordability out of it. So there are different ways of doing it. We're open to ideas. We are proposing as programs revisiting the inclusionary ordinance, but also this affordable housing overlay, which has yet to be defined.
Yeah, I understand all that. I just wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be any problem as in connection with general plan policies.
Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Lodge, so we're amending the general plan with the housing element right now. If we need to amend other parts of the general plan while we do it, and we will, because we are at least affecting the land use element, so we'll have to revisit that portion of the general plan as well.
Okay.
So these things interact with each other.
Okay, those are my comments. Do you want me to do my priorities now?
That would be great.
Okay. I would make goal 2, prioritize affordable housing as top priority. And, you know, amend the AUD ordinance by replacing the high priority overlay with an affordable housing overlay, and under that, and also the HE8 inclusionary housing ordinance evaluation to determine if it could be raised. And of course, my hope would be that you know, other cities are considerably higher. Goleta's is 20. Well, Santa Monica is 30, so you know it can be done. For the second goal, I would put what's goal 8, fund affordable housing. And that fits in with HE 25, affordable housing funding and so on, to study and adopt measures to secure permanent sources. for our truly affordable deed-restricted housing. And then I would put as number 3, goal 5, preserve housing. That's the least expensive housing we have, and keeping it as housing is very important. And goal 4, promote housing I would make goal 4 my own priority. Implement tenant protection measures and so on. And under that, HE 15, to really get in on the short-term vacation rental business. And Carpinteria seems to have a very successful program. I've been in communication with the planning department there. They zoned where short-term vacation rentals could go. Then they established a permit program, and only so many permits are allowed. And they've, right now, they even have some permits available because people haven't taken them up. But that makes it a really easy way to see if a place is in conformance or not, if they're permitted. And so I really recommend looking at what they're doing. They feel that it's been quite successful. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Wiscombe? Commissioner Higgins passed.
Let's fight over. Okay. Chair Escobedo asked us to look at the top 5 policy and program priorities, which I think is to really help staff determine the timelines for the implementation action. So that's kind of what I did here, although that was a very difficult homework task considering, is it 5 or 7 or 8 or all of them, but at any rate. So I'm just going to go through them. They're not in any particular order, but I do have one that is the top priority. So, but I'll just start with going through them. Policy 1.3 and program HE1, which is facilitation conversion of non-residential buildings to housing. And the reason why is we have so many buildings downtown that would be suitable for housing adaptive reuse. And they're constrained by regulations, and I think that there might be an opportunity for the city to ease these constraints where feasible. So in addition to what's already mentioned, which are the typical incentives of parking, open space, those kinds of things, I would wonder if the city would explore on these adaptive reuse housing projects incentives such as monetary relief for some permitting fees. I think that might help. They're pretty expensive permitting fees. So, and where that comes from, who knows? Maybe it's the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I don't know. But because one of the questions that Chair Escobedo asked also was what changes in policies and programs would you like to see? So that's where that comes in. Okay, and then my next one is program HE2, which is the La Cumbre Plaza specific plan. I think this should be a top priority. I was very excited to hear about the potential grant funding for that, and I hope that comes through and the city can take a lead and really work on that. I think that's very important. The next one is program HE4, which is facilitate production of accessory dwelling units. And the reason why I added this one is because ADUs are a way for us not only to get more housing and some affordable units, but they are also help maintain the unique character of our city, I think. Some of the large projects are, contentious where ADUs are not. So we should definitely streamline design review and permitting. Lisa Carlos's letter speaks to ADUs in detail, and where I heard your comments, Ms. Deisty, about HCD says it's okay for them to be in the low-income category if they're, if a family member lives there. I understand that. That wouldn't have been my original thought, but that makes sense, I guess. I think regarding policy 2.1 and program HE11, we should have mandatory tracking for ADU use at the time of the building permit phase, when the building permit is issued, and then at regular intervals thereafter to better understand the use intent, rent, and category where each ADU belongs. This is, you know, I think we can do mandatory tracking. When you get a building permit, you have to report what you're using it for. And I'm only saying this because I'm not saying this as something that takes away, and I think we need to make this clear. It doesn't take away the property owner's right to use the ADU in a manner that they see fit, but rather it allows the city to understand and properly place ADUs in the category where they belong. And I think it's important for us to look at that. So that's my comment. And then her letter also suggests a subsidy incentive program for deed-restricted ADUs, and I think that this is a really exciting idea that should be explored. Excuse me. So that's 3, I'm getting there. Okay. Number 4 is program HE12. They're kind of all combined. HE19, policies 3.3 and 5.1, which all talk about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. When we talked about this with staff, Chair Escobedo and me, when we talked about it with staff, it's a way to put all the money in one place, minus, we talked about minus CBDG and home funds. So it's funded by in lieu fees, donations, grants, and matching funds for production, acquisition, maintenance, and rehabilitation of affordable housing. And how exactly the program works and how the funds get allocated is, you know, I think something to be determined. But it's one pot of money, and, you know, our priorities may change over time as our housing stock ages or as, you know, some exciting project comes up. I think it's important to have it in one place. And as I mentioned before, when Commissioner Wardlow was talking and I interrupted her, the cities of Goleta, Carlsbad, and Long Beach are 3 examples where they have established affordable housing trust funds. And their funding sources are different, but I think that's someplace that we could look to. And I think further to support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, HE25 and Policy 8.1, this fund should include a pass-through account to the city's housing authority for a portion of TOT revenue, whether it's existing TOT or an increase in TOT. And we all know that the housing authority has great ability to leverage the funds that they receive for affordable housing projects. So this, to me, is this Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and particularly this aspect of it, which would be a pass-through from pass-through to the city's housing authority, is probably my top priority. If I have to give one, which I'm not sure I do, but there were other things that were discussed up here today, vacancy taxes and things like that. These are all ways, too, that could fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund if council chooses to go that way. So, and then the next one, which is the 5th one, although I have one more after that, is HE8, which is Inclusionary Housing Ordinance Evaluation. And Commissioner Lodge talked about this at length, but we have several cities that have 15% inclusionary. And we also have Goleta, which has a sliding scale. They have 15% and they allocate it 1% extremely low, 1% very low, 5% low, 4% moderate, and 4% in a workforce category of 120 to 200% AMI. So that's, and then they also have an affordable housing overlay district that raises the inclusionary to 20% on a sliding scale of 2.5% extremely low, 2.5% very low, 5% low, 5% moderate, and 5% workforce. So I think these are good ways that, and in Commissioner Lodge's document, which I had a chance to glance at, Ventura has a different inclusionary ordinance that's based on the number of units produced, 12.5% for 59 units or less, and 15% for 60 units or more. So that's another way of looking at it. But I think coupled with TOT revenue sourced, going directly to the city's housing authority, our inclusionary housing requirements should be studied with aims to get higher percentages, particularly in the moderate income category if we use the pass-through to the city's housing authority for funding, pass-through funding to the city's housing authority for the lower income categories. And finally, just my last one is HE 15, which I'm not going to talk a lot about because I know that someone sitting to my right is going to talk about it at length. At least I think he is.
Not as much, actually.
No, not as much? Okay, well, the short-term vacation rental ordinance. So I know this is a work in progress, and we should continue to explore it, and in light of, particularly in light of the recent uptick in the Picasso properties that have multiple ownerships. So just in closing, I wanted to thank staff. I think you have done an incredible job in putting this together, and you know, I hope that we give you enough information here today that gives you some idea of priorities and timelines. The timeline work will be, I think, the time frames will be the tough one. I wanted to also thank all the people that wrote in written comments. They were all very thoughtful. Commissioner Bauke alluded to that, or said he supported them. I certainly thought a lot of the comments were really spot on, and I want to thank all the people that actually came and spoke today, both in person and online at our meeting. Those comments were also very helpful. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, staff, you guys have done a great job. I don't envy you. Although I share and have a lot of empathy for you because I've been here over the course of the last 7 years dealing with housing policy decisions, or quite frankly, misdirection from the city council about what to do and when to do it. It's constantly changing, and it's, I'll call it deal fatigue. And I'm not willing to be deal fatigued by misdirection. And I'll say this to Commissioner Lodge, you all won't have to hear me spar with her for too much longer. I'm going to respond to some of her comments, but given this is probably the last housing item I'll be here for, soak it up. Our problem is easily identified right on table 7, where 93% of our housing units were built last century, and 20% of them were literally built almost over 100 years ago. We just haven't kept up with demand. For a minute there, we decided to kind of keep up with demand when AUD came out, and we did see some new units on the ground. In 2013, I guess the period would be 2010, 2013, when Commissioner Lodge was around, listening to housing advocates talk about how AUD would deliver some units that are in the relevant income categories. In 2013, if those units would have come out of the ground at that time, they would have been priced appropriately, because at this point, rents and housing prices have nearly tripled, not based on what we have done here in the city or not done here in the city. Those are totally issues out of our control at the national or global level that have caused real estate prices to soar. So reacting to what is happening globally by not building any more housing is not what a planning commission should do. And I believe sincerely that focusing, I won't say, just focusing on affordable housing policy and not regular housing policy, I believe that's going to result in us being in the same position we are here now in the next 8 years. So I can explain that, and let me just point to a kind of a rhetorical question. I don't see how you can do both goals 1 and 2 at the same time. We as a city, and we've been at these joint council planning commission hearings now, or I have for a number of years, where there's too much to focus on with long-range planning policy ordinance creation whatsoever. So we don't really get it all done, or we barely get any of it done. So if it were me, I would focus on either 1 or 2. And with the 80-20 principle, focus 80% of your effort on one of those goals. And in my opinion, it should be goal number 1. And goal number 2 should be either eliminated or receive 20% of our focus. Because I don't believe you can do 2 things at once. And let me be clear about that. Goal number 2 states, prioritize housing that is affordable to the workforce and vulnerable communities over all other types of development, with special emphasis on housing that meets these other categories. So in a community that where it's very difficult to get just about any kind of building permit done, I don't know how you are going to, I mean, we've talked about programs and processes that help expedite permits, and it never seems to help. So I don't know how you can prioritize one thing if you don't deprioritize the other. So it seems to me that if you prioritize goal number 2 and talk about only affordable housing projects, the other kinds of projects are going to be deprioritized. They're already deprioritized based on how long it takes to get through the program. In the sort of immortal words or comments by Mickey Flax about 5 or 8 years ago, she was in a housing conference here locally, put on by the Housing Coalition, and she got up and said, I can't possibly say what she said. She was far too eloquent and articulate, yet crazy. Basically, what we should simply just do as a city is we should socialize housing. The only kind of housing production that should be allowed is that which is public or publicly financed. And, the room kind of went, what? Silent, because the room was filled with the real estate industry, maybe 10% of which was public housing. And here we go. So by prioritizing affordable, subsidized, inclusionary housing, we take our eye off the ball that has been the deliverer of all of the units we're all living in now over the last 100 years. So I just don't see how we can do both. Not saying we shouldn't have some of those programs in there, they just shouldn't be the focused. You got my question or my comment about the 30% rate I would love to revisit that. That seems like it would be very helpful to the private sector in terms of counting some of what they could contribute, especially in the next 5 years as real estate prices drop based on what we're hearing today. I just think that ultimately, this is as all planning documents are, and this is not a criticism of your work. You're taking direction from council primarily. And I'll say this, if council members are elected based on aspirational comments, I know because I wasn't aspirational when I ran, and so I placed second, still on the medal stand though. But this is a great aspirational document, but I feel like it's the predictability of this for the outcomes we want is going to be challenging because it does seek to do a lot. It's a little bit like a cross between the unicorn and the kid in the candy store, you know. I don't mean to demean the effort. It's a tremendous effort, and you have to do it. And in fact, of all the housing elements I've read, this is the most coherent, with the exception of it asking to do two things at once, I think. So let's see here. To the contrary of what Commissioner Lodge was saying about how Santa Monica compares to Santa Barbara, they may in fact have a higher inclusionary rate. They have an enormous market comparison. Millions and millions of people live in Santa Monica and the LA Basin. It's not comparable, and we don't really know if the city of Santa Monica's got by right housing anyway. So perhaps if we really do have by right housing, and hell, set the rate on inclusionary. If it's 10 or 15, or if it's 20, what's the saying? Set it and forget it. Don't keep tinkering with it. I think what we've seen in the last 8 years is we had a program and then it started to get picked apart. First it was, let's end the cap, or let's meter it somehow with growth management, and then all bets were off. We had another 85, 100 different hearings that just stripped the predictability away from the process for customers. Regulatory constraints. That section of the code I emailed you some comments about. I think you didn't get the bat off your shoulder, so to speak, with at least more accurately describing those stormwater design review, and I can't remember the other one, as impediments, or inclusionary. Inclusionary has historically been characterized by HCD as an impediment. It's just asking a developer, would you rather do a deal that's got 10% or 20%? 100% of the time they say 10. There's just that less uncertainty when they're talking to lenders about how they're going to qualify those buyers or renters. I agree with, this is kind of all over the map now, sorry for not being coherent as your report was. One of the comments in public comment by Pat Saley about wanting this document to say shall study with certain objectives instead of will study is a good one. I would agree with her for sure. I agree with what Commissioner Wiscombe said about somehow getting notes or a memo or minutes into the council report. I want us to not forget that Measure B, by a vote of the public, kept height limits at 60 feet, and this whole conversation about what constitutes a community benefit keeps lowering the height limit. So the more projects that you qualify as being, or the more requirements to qualify for community benefit, the less projects will exercise what used to be development right downtown up to 60 feet. So I'm a little bit disappointed that there's not more. I know you probably talked to these groups, but I would have loved to have seen here today the Chamber of Commerce, Coastal Housing Coalition, and Habitat for Humanity. I don't know if what I saw in this document was the Habitat sort of model sweat equity being sort of regrouped or phased out, but I know that's an next to impossible job here for Habitat to attract enough financing to do the sweat equity and the for sale affordable housing that they do, but that's what we need. One of the other public comment speakers, Sharon Byrne, mentioned that. We cannot keep differentiating rental from for sale in our AUD program. We have a very high percentage of renters in this community, and without getting into the rhetoric on that, I think we should try to get back and bring more home ownership here at all income levels. Almost done. The fact that we haven't been to coastal with AUD is a bummer. I see some lost opportunities with certain neighborhoods, Funk Zone, of course, and then quite a bit of apartment area adjacent to City College to the west side could be subject to some rehab. There's a lot of old product there, and if we took old product, I mean, there is going to be displacement. You just can't have it all. There's this kid in the candy store stuff. We do have displacement programs, but we can't not do anything with old housing product. It needs to be revitalized, and where possible, the density can be increased. And so just to reiterate, I love Policy 1. I love Policy 8. I could do without Policy 2. And I think the rest of the policies that are in there and programs are, I'll say, mandatory window dressings, with, of course, the exception of HE 25 and HE 15, the short-term rental, the fractional housing ordinance is mandatory. But again, 80-20 on your priorities and your workload with goals 1 and 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Wardlow?
Thank you, Chair Escobedo. Thank you, staff. This has been a really helpful presentation and discussion. I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this, as I know it is a lot. I will keep my comments short. First, I really agree with Commissioner Bauke. As a new planning commissioner, it is a little startling to understand just how far behind we are. It does give me a little bit of hope in that it makes me understand why we're in such a crisis that we are, and I think if we really move forward with a lot of the programs and policies you've all put forward, that we can really address this. Second, I do really want to commend Commissioner Lodge for all the work she did of understanding how other cities are doing this. I very much agree with her and Commissioner Wiscombe. We can do better. Developers can do better. I think that it's our time now as with City Council to really push the envelope of ensuring that we're getting affordable housing in this community. And if that means that we need to change the policies and increase our inclusionary, then that's what we really need to do, because clearly other communities are doing this. And so I believe that we can as well. So to go into the specifics of the 5 recommendations, or the points that I really liked that I'd like us to prioritize. One, the facilitating, HE1, facilitating conversion of non-residential buildings to housing. I agree with Commissioner Wiscombe. This is something that we should definitely be doing for a number of reasons, and it's something that I think it has mass support. So that's one. 2, I greatly appreciate the comments provided by Housing Authority Administrator Fredericks. HE3, amend zoning ordinance to reduce governmental constraints and comply with state law. So, I think as some of the commissioners have pointed out here today and have in previous times, the need, we have community benefit exemptions for the intent of actually having a community benefit. And it's unfortunate that now we view just building housing, period, as a benefit because of the dire straits that we're in. And I think we're getting into a position where we're approving projects that the majority of this commission and City Council do not really support, but we're willing to do it because at least it's something. And I think we really need to look at our ordinance development and how we're working with developers to ensure that we're not doing the bare minimum and granting community benefits for projects that are not benefits to the community. So I really hope that we can work as a team to address that. My fourth point, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So thank you again, staff, for the work on this. I think this is a great idea. It just concerns me of like how we actually get to a place where it's functional and really creating a big benefit. I like the idea of focusing that fund and not having it just be, you know, a wide array of services that people can apply for, but that we actually have a real goal. As somebody that's grown up in this community and has a lot of friends and myself, you know, all of us looking to buy homes in this community with no path forward, it'd be great to see something that's focused on that if it can actually make a difference. So I defer to staff on that, but I appreciate that being a priority. And then lastly, I think the most important thing that we focus on for the long-term planning so that in 8 years from now, we're not back here having the same conversation, is that we have a dedicated funding stream for the Housing Authority. I feel like this commission and many of the council have been really clear about this, so I really hope that after, you know, that staff can take this back and that we can develop real policies to address that. How I would like to do that, I specifically am very interested in the vacancy tax. I think a lot of people are supportive of that. I know the TOT tax is more, you know, could be more controversial. I really do defer to staff on how best to do this in council, but I hope we can really spend the time to look into vacancy tax. And my hope is that within this year, we really have a plan so that by the time that you guys come back and give us our progress report, we actually say, okay, here's what we're doing to get a funding stream, and now by next year, we're actually moving forward. So those are my priorities. I appreciate the work. I greatly appreciate the public comments that were given today. I think that they were really insightful and helpful. So again, I just want to thank the community and staff and my fellow commissioners for all of their great comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bonderson?
Here we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to go through my list of priorities, and I will pop up different thoughts as I go. And I will start with the fact that I have gone back and forth on this idea, this issue, because everyone seems to come at it from a different approach. Price restriction, rent stability, oh my goodness, sorry. I'm too excited. Stabilization, these seem to be, you know, bad words to some people, and others just don't understand why it hasn't happened yet. So I really want to put that thought out there and say how incredibly important it is to require affordability that reflects the local incomes and the cost of living for people with that type of income. Not everyone can just naturally afford rent, as has been listed today, because their jobs don't pay for that type of lifestyle. And yet we need them to run our community. We need those types of employees working in our city. I don't have to list them. We've already listed them today. I can tell you, when I was working at my school, the starting rate was $18.50, and a bachelor's degree was required. And yet, with that income, you can't afford the basic rent down the street, and that's if you don't have a car and you're riding your bike. So what happens if you do have a car? We heard a lot of argument about that today, just planting that. And so I just really think that it's important that when we know these statistics, this 50% cost burden and then the severe cost burden, that, you know, that type of statistic for our community is absolutely unacceptable. And for me, that makes it an absolute priority. We shouldn't go one more day with that type of problem in our community. And so when we talk about prioritizing, how can we get that to happen now? What can we do so that we don't have to wait until a document or housing element is completely adopted, years down the line? So I would really like to see that, if it hasn't been done yet, to really study the reality of what's happening in our community and make those numbers match. And if we need to somehow put, again, the bad word, but if we have to put a cap or a ceiling on what we're asking, what we're allowing owners to rent their spaces for, then I would really like to find out the legal way of doing so. Next, I will say, it's been brought up, so I won't go into any detail, but I'm a huge advocate for adaptive reuse, and to find ways to ease constraints wherever it's feasible. I will defer to the previous commissioners who spoke on that. I absolutely in agreement. I think that it would be a really wonderful way to use the housing stock that we already have. And I wanted to add, let me see where I have it. I've taken notes and now I can't find it, but I wanted to say that one of the best ways to increase housing is to use the structures that are already built instead of necessarily, building new structures. So any type of conversion, any type of adaptive reuse is really the way to go. The next part of that puzzle is tenant protection. So I'll say this is the next one on my list. We've heard a lot about it today, especially from our public speakers. And I really want to say that I'm very, very extra sensitive to this issue, not only because I grew up in Santa Barbara as well, and I have seen a lot of inhabitable spaces being rented for extremely high prices, where it really categorizes that type of rental into like slumlord rental, where it should never have been allowed in the first place. And so what I'd like to share here is I think that it's really important that not only we provide resources as been outlined in the document we've seen today, but to really help renters understand their rights and to take away the fear that I believe many of us live in when we're renting. Because more than anything else, the fear is that we don't want to lose that rental. Even if it's terrible, it's better than having nothing. It's better than having to move away. And I think that there needs to be some form of mandatory investigation or what's the word I want to use? Some sort of way of checking those types of rentals to not only control the tracking of the I'm so sorry, like I'm looking for a word here. Not only to identify and keep a record of the rent of each unit, but also to understand, when there is some type of regular checkup, for lack of a better word, that's the word I can't come up with, is the structure, is the property up to code? Are there any illegal uses taking place? Are there any health and safety issues happening on that property? And it's really important, in my opinion, that those be the types of violations that are documented and immediately enforced, so that our housing stock, especially for the most vulnerable renters, is up to a habitable and acceptable way of living. And I can tell you with my own eyes, I've seen places that I wouldn't even want to put my foot in, let alone can't imagine that my friends are living in that space, whether it's, insect infested, or the structure doesn't look or feel safe, or there's things that I know as a planner would not be acceptable from the building department if they were to inspect. And so to me, that's really important. And perhaps that goes hand in hand with the rent registry that we had been talking about earlier. I think that it's really important to make sure that both the type of occupancy, what's taking place in the structure, as well as the rent price, be regulated regularly and confirm that it's up to our expectations. And going into that, I want to talk about well, we've all expressed that we are in great agreement with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I absolutely support it. I won't go into any rhetoric about it, but I do want to follow the lead of my fellow commissioners of different ways that we could increase funding forms to put into that trust. And I want to talk a little bit further about ADUs. I believe the way that the system is set up currently, the permitting pathway, and the lack of the zoning compliance documentation that holds owners accountable for the fact that they've been given the easy, straightforward path of least resistance to create new housing in our community. That's what we are giving them. And yet they're not using it necessarily for that. Not everybody, of course, but there's a lot of people that we're all well aware exist that are using the ADU pathway to get other types of habitable space on their property, whether it's to have a home office or to have a rec center for their family, a rec room, or guest house use or cabana use. Now, I understand Ms. Ostringer shared with us how it works, but I'd like to reemphasize the idea that if we can't alter easily the ADU pathway, then why not make it easier and less restrictive for a owner to get other accessory uses? If they want a guest house, then let them have a guest house and let them construct it to the requirement, which is often, not always, but often smaller square footage than an ADU. If they want a cabana, but they don't have a pool or they don't have the square footage or the acreage on their property, then let's work with them to make those other types of accessory structures possible so that we are very clear in what is happening and what kind of uses are being developed on the property, instead of calling everything an ADU, giving them an easy pathway, and then not using it as housing. To me, there's a problem and it needs to be addressed. I can't tell you what the best way is to fix it, but I think that one way or another, it needs to be fixed. The mandatory tracking during permitting, the permitting phase, I believe should be implemented. And if we are doing ADUs, I'll just be straightforward. I think it needs to act as an ADU, because otherwise our own city, our own residents are cheating ourselves. We're cheating ourselves. Let's make it possible to do things the right way. The next thing I wanted to talk about, it kind of builds on what I'd said earlier about the guest house and the cabana or the business license, if there's an office on site or whatnot. But ultimately, I'd like to suggest to require owners who are renting out rooms or units or ADUs to identify how much each of those units is being rented out for, and for anything that's like short-term rental, vacation rental, or not being used in ADU, I think it needs to be disclosed. And if the city decides, or if legally, city attorney's office says we can't make them do something that's not in our regulation, that's fine, but it needs to be, I think, disclosed with the lack of fear, so that people are actually open to responding to your surveys, or they're not hiding. That's why we all know often homeowners don't come and get permits, because it's a lot easier to apologize and fix it if they get caught, and many never get caught. So let's give people an incentive and a reason to be honest, so that we as a team can know exactly what we have in our housing stock. That moves me into the short-term rental, vacation rentals. I think one of the best ways to provide housing is to fully utilize what has already been built. And we have a lot of housing that is not being used regularly. I know that there's language in place for, how many days of the year, you're allowed to use a guest house, or how many days of the year is applicable for a vacancy to be, or a home to be considered vacant. I think that we've all said it, and I'll just hit it really quick. We absolutely agree with imposing a tax like a vacancy or a similar type of tax that for any space that's not occupied for at least half the year, but I would even say more than that, because a house sitting empty for half the year could be housing people who are, in need of housing, period. And we all know that. And also to funnel the funds that are raised from this variety of taxes. And I really do believe we need to increase that tax flow, where those taxes are coming from, not to be shy about it. The next one I have quickly is the hotels. Now we received a lot of public comment that referred to hotels. I thought that was very valuable information. Thank you to those who have provided their feedback. And I strongly agree that cutting back on some hotel zoning, especially perhaps where it overlaps with the largest potential for higher density housing, would be a wonderful way to start, so that we have more developers who are encouraged, or I should say discouraged, from having hotels, because that's not available any longer. So if they have that property, that they can actually start putting it towards housing. And adapted reuse. Hotels can adapt to being really great smaller unit housing. And I just want to make sure I didn't skip anything. I'm almost done with my list. The last priority that I'd like to touch on is accountability. If you've heard me speak before, you know that that's a big one for me. I think clear measurement of outcomes is very important. I think the timeline is of implementation and action, with measuring tools to recognize how close we made, or we've reached our goals, or lack thereof. And what is the solution when we miss a goal? Do we just say, oh man, we missed it, maybe better luck next time? Or do we have an extension of like, okay, we're not there, let's keep going? I know that sounds really obvious, but I think it's really important, because there has to be some sort of encouragement for staff. Staff works very hard. I know that this is not an easy task. And I think it's really important to give them the tools so that they are able to see where they are as they're going through the process, and not to just scold them when they miss the mark. I think that we're all responsible to make this as constructive and as successful as it can be, knowing that, we haven't been doing so well yet, but what do we need to do together? Because the failure of one is the failure of all of us. And so I really want to emphasize, it's kind of the chicken before the egg, or whatever, the horse before the cart. You need one of these to be able to succeed in the other one. The first priority can't be done until you get some of the other priorities, completed. And so it's really hard to say, all right, let's go ahead and start, this trust fund, but we haven't figured out where that's going to come from. So those are two priorities, like you have to do this one at the same time and simultaneously. So, it's back to the drawing board for staff to figure out how we can implement some of these priorities together, so that they lead to each other and support the success of the priorities that we're discussing here today. So I wish nothing but good luck to staff, and hopefully we're here to support in any way we can. And I also want to give a huge shout out, a huge amount of gratitude to all of our public commenters. Their participation and their extremely knowledgeable contributions add so much to this conversation. And I sincerely hope that we can look to those public comment letters, the documentation that was provided, some of them were so well organized with charts and stats and, bold, problem, and here's the recommendation. I think we need to look at those as well, because they spoke very, very clearly. For me, a lot of what they said, I agree with. So hopefully those don't go, into a file and, put to rest somewhere. I hope that we can refer back to them as well. So thank you very much. I feel like there's so much more to say, but I don't want to take any more time. Back to you, Commissioner, Chair
Thank you.
Escobedo.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bonderson. And Commissioner Lodge, I see your light on. Did you want to give some follow-up comments before I give a run?
I just have to, several times I've heard Commissioner Higgins say that the voters turned down Measure B, and so they didn't want to lower height limits. I'm not going to get into the details, but the campaign in opposition started saying things like it was going to create urban sprawl and that the hospital couldn't be rebuilt if it was destroyed in an earthquake. And these were things that simply were not true. A more recent survey the AIA did, 54% of the 4,500 people who responded said 3 stories was tall enough for downtown. And it's just, that wasn't, and everybody agreed it was our campaign to lose, and well, anyhow, and a couple of other factual things. Santa Monica's population is the same as Santa Barbara's, and their arena numbers are 41% of Santa Barbara's. We've been allocated what is really an out-of-scale number of units. And then, well, and you mentioned Nikki Flax at a meeting in 2016 where we were discussing the AUD program and the high priority overlay things. Mickey stood up and said we should be getting affordable housing out of these units, which I expected from her. And then Brian Kernall stood up and said we should be getting affordable units out of these projects. And that was what led me to start the ad hoc committee that led to the housing task force, which led to the inclusionary ordinance.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Second call. Anyone want to give it another run? All right. So I'll start with kind of how I felt going through a lot of the information in the housing element. Well done. It was a Herculean task, especially not having a consultant. To be able to put this all together in such a short period of time is no small feat. It has been a pleasure working with you on it, and just getting to see the amount of work that you all put in, day out. It is very impressive. As it relates to the substance of the housing element and a lot of the detailed information about current conditions rather. And then, as I referenced earlier, we have portions of our community that are designated as racially concentrated areas of affluence. Shouldn't surprise anyone which areas of our city those are. And those current conditions, both in the rental market and ownership, and the distribution of where the housing is, where affordable housing is. I mean, this predominantly and disproportionately affects people of color, women, people with disabilities, those living that are economically, living in economic precarity. And for many of the policy decisions that were made that created those conditions, many of them were not made by people in this room, people watching this. Much of it is not city policy, right? Much of it is economic policy, economic opportunity policy, discriminatory policy earlier in, or last century. But the effects of that live and carry on to today. And I truly think, and I want to give some credit to Commissioner Balke, much of what he said, I wholeheartedly agree with. I think we can, and even reading some of the public comment letters, I think we can hold two thoughts at the same time. I think as a city, we have failed a large portion of our community on housing. And this is a city with a great potential to do really good in this housing element cycle. I really believe that there's a lot of good substance in this housing element for us to do a lot of really good things and set the foundation for us to continue to work towards some of our goals. It's not gonna happen overnight, it's not gonna happen in one fell swoop, but this is the foundation for what that could possibly be. Since the release of the draft, I've had lots of conversations with folks. I read the public comment letters. I understand the skepticism about the city changing our path on housing policy and not just providing lip service or falling back on minimum requirements. To be honest, I feel that. I've experienced it in more ways than one in the last year, but as I referenced, we can hold two thoughts at the same time. There are times where I feel dissuaded from optimism in the city leadership's ability or willingness to accomplish our goals. And then at other times, I'm persuaded towards optimism because of what is in the housing element right now and the well-intentioned, talented, and good people we have working on long-range planning, in the planning department, in the city, and also in our community, people who are dedicating lots of time to give us detailed public comment, really good public comment. I sincerely believe that this housing element offers us the best opportunity to shift from where we have been and who we have been to who we want to be and who we've always wanted to be, a city that provides opportunity for those that work and live here and those that have been rooted in our community. My hope is that 10, 20, 30, 50 years down the line, people are talking about the decisions that we made in this housing element, but to Commissioner Balke's point, the actual implementation and actually getting these things done, that is the pivot point that again sets us up for success in the future. It's gonna demand dedication from city leadership to accomplish these goals and to actually put the funding behind much of this, to put the staff time behind much of this. And it's gonna demand each of us in this room and those that have contributed public comment, that have been engaged in this process, to continue to press for accountability. The way, in my opinion, that we turn this moment into an inflection point, that we turn this into the foundation for better, is that we need to be truly supporting affordable housing, like deed-restricted housing. Subsidized housing, I've said this multiple times, does not get built without a subsidy. And yes, that means dollars and cents, but there are other opportunities too. On page, well, actually, since I want to take advantage of an opportunity to spar with Commissioner Higgins before he's retired. I know. Well, maybe I can convince you to reply. We need to create truly affordable housing. So he referenced the chart that's on page 13 of the housing element, where it shows the age or the years that units were built. And there were many years where we were building quite a few units. And if you look at the last two kind of decades, I think it's 2000 to 2010, and then 2011 to 2009. I might have that kind of wrong. It is no coincidence that there's a drop-off there, and that is the same period at which we lost state funding through the redevelopment agency. And we have never been able to replace that funding. I think some of the things that Commissioner Higgins talked about is true about changing our development process and our policy so often does create uncertainty. It does make it really hard to understand. But I would say that this is the biggest driver, is when we lost that funding, it made it really, really difficult to develop affordable housing. And I gotta say, in the, I think it's under goal 8 or 7, I forget, but merely supporting state legislation for affordable housing funding isn't enough. I think it's time that we start advocating and start really pressuring our state representatives to start opening up these funding streams. This conversation is happening at the state level, but I don't know that we're doing enough to really advocate for it. Yes, it also means going to the voters with a slate of affordable housing ballot initiatives. We've talked about an empty homes tax or a vacancy tax, a transfer tax, bond measure. There's so many other types of ways we can go with this, but it's necessary that we do it. Now, with that said, those funds are going to take years to actually recoup any sort of funding from. I think it is on city leadership to dedicate fundings that bridge us from now to when we are able to open up those funding streams. If we're talking about ballot initiatives, those aren't going to be on the ballot until 2024 at the earliest. And we won't start collecting funding until after that. So whether it's TOT funds, as Commissioner Wiscombe brought up, or other ways, there's creative financing that we could do with the Housing Authority, in which we would even get better returns than in the market, investments in the market. So I'd like to encourage city leadership to evaluate that. It could be general fund dollars, and it doesn't have to only be dollars and cents. I spoke earlier about the police station, the current police station on Figueroa that will be vacated when the new police station is built. The donation of land is one of the biggest subsidies that you can give, especially in Santa Barbara, especially in a place that's so close to transportation and many amenities. We really need to evaluate that. So I really enjoyed or liked the compromise from Mr. Golet about naming the police station, and I believe it's HE9 as one of the sites that we're going to look at in that registry, in the city land registry. Next, I think we need to set up the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as soon as possible so that it is ready when we identify funding streams. This work, as outlined in the housing element, there are current federal and state funds available right now if we had an Affordable Housing Trust Fund set up. So I think even now we can start applying for funding at the federal and state level. Another priority for me is the affordable housing overlay, which again, I've heard Commissioner Balke talk about this in the past, but trading those incentives for affordability and not just giving incentives driving up land prices, but having there be an exchange of public benefit for those incentives. I think this problem, I think if we had been building housing steadily over the last few decades, we could rely more on the market. I think the problem is too urgent for us to rely on market rate to meet our needs. I think we really need to lean into affordability. I would like to see a tiered program. I know details are going to be figured out later, but a tiered program where the base tier is that 20% requirement from the state for suitable sites that were included in the 5th cycle and then included in the 6th cycle without development. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then moving up from there, each tier moving up from there. Getting as close to 100% affordable for the most incentives possible. Next, I promise I'm almost done, folks. Next, I want to acknowledge the very valid point that folks brought up about the low response rate on the ADU surveys and the subsequent categorizing of the ADUs. I totally understand that's an HCD kind of categorizing position, and I get that. I think when we get the data back about when units actually start hitting the market, it's going to be somewhat confusing about what we're actually getting out there. I think one such way, rather than a survey, is a rent registry in which we get an accurate picture of what is going on in the market. So we're making informed policy decisions. I think a lot of the times we're basing this on anecdotal information or very little information. It would be really nice to have some solid data for us to make informed policy decisions. Finally, I'm exceedingly in support of placing renter protections high on the priority list. This includes requiring landlords to provide information with leases on tenants' rights, but also supportive information like what sort of resources are there out there. Legal Aid Foundation, rental mediation, those sorts of things. This would also include the first refusal purchase program. I really like that program. And last, I want to acknowledge I heard it in the conversations I had in the public comment letter, the frustration about the condensed timeline, and I feel that frustration. Unfortunately, we thought we would be able to count on a consultant that would build our capacity to be able to do this. It didn't work out, and it left us with a condensed timeline. So we're just going to try and make the best with what we can work with, and I feel that staff are going to try and find every way to try and engage the community, and I look forward to working with you all on that and trying to find what opportunities we can do or take advantage of. And so just to make this easy for you to keep track of, the priorities, I'll just quickly list them. Affordable housing funding, affordable housing trust fund, affordable housing overlay, renter protections, including renter rights information and including, and the first right refusal purchase program. I didn't include this in here, but I really think it's important that once we have housing stock, that we preserve it for people who live and work here. So that short-term vacation rental ordinance is really, really important in doing that. It's eating up important housing stock that's already here, that we don't have to have the fight about whether it affects the character of our neighborhoods and all of that. We really need to take advantage of that. And then I added a sixth because yeah, because Commissioner Wiscombe asked me to do a sixth. But the La Cumbre Plaza specific plan, we all know that's a huge opportunity. And to not take advantage of it, especially if the funding is there for us to get it done, let's do it. Changes I would like to see, adding the language about the police station in HE9, add a rent registry program as a program, and then look into incentives for deed-restricted ADUs as a part of the ADU program. And I thought you would like that one. It's a carrot instead of a stick. So again, thank you so much for all of your hard work. I know how difficult it was. There's still a long way to go, but we have a draft now. Thank you to everyone who did public comment. I see we got a couple lights on, so I will turn it over to Commissioner Wiscombe and then Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, that was great. Nice and succinct and clear. I just had one question for you. On your rent registry program, you kind of mentioned it along with ADUs. So are you thinking it's an ADU rent registry program, or are you thinking it's a citywide multi-unit housing registry program, rent registry program?
My dream is a citywide rent registry.
Right.
I understand the limitations in terms of budget, setting up the infrastructure and whatnot. We had briefly discussed ADUs and AUD units starting whenever the program started onward.
Yes.
I think that might be able to build some of the infrastructure with less cost, less staff time. So I could be amenable to either, but I would like to eventually get to a city-wide rent registry, because I think it would inform a lot of other discussions that we're having on rent stabilization, on just kind of what's going on out in the market. We get more accurate data about these new projects that are coming onto the market. Maybe there are some market rate projects that are cheaper, or maybe they're all just that expensive. So I could be amenable to either.
So we could start actually to do it for ADUs that are permitted and for AUD projects that are permitted, I think, right?
That would be a question for staff.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting a nod, I think. I just.
As a potential program
Yeah,
for
without-
city council to discuss, I think.
For new projects, then we're not dealing with the overwhelming cost like the city of San Francisco has one, and it, you know, it's a huge cost to put together the program, but this is, if we start with the new things that are going to be permitted, I think we could be on our way.
Could be. Chair Escobedo, since City Council considered a rent registry before, it might be good to do a straw poll on this and just make it clear, like, what you would prioritize, like citywide, all existing, or new, just to get, for City Council to have a sense of where the entire commission is on it. 'Cause we've heard from a few of you on it, but not all of you.
And could I add a clarifying question too? In talking about a rent registry, is your expectation that there'd be a mechanism that it's updated every year, that owners, property managers have to submit updated rental information? It's not just static at the time it's permitted? Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I might propose that we do a straw poll. I think the cost, it was mentioned $200,000 or something, that,
For the study, but I think it would be more.
Yeah, for this study, and that to me, I think council's probably going to have a lot of resistance to that. But I'm wondering if we could do a straw poll on having, and Ms. Ostringer may need to weigh in on this, a mandatory rent registry with an ADU permit and with an AUD permit, building permits, where you just have to give your, well, in terms of ADUs, you would just give your intention, and then agree to update it annually or something. And for AUDs, where there are deed-restricted units and things like that, that would be a little bit different. But is that possible, Ms. Ostringer, without a lot of cost and without a lot of legal angst?
Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Wiscom, I think I would see that as an ordinance amendment to the ADU and possibly the AUD, is adding that in as a requirement for permit issuance. I'd want to look to, I haven't seen any case law that's contrary to that, but you know the state laws on ADUs is fairly new, so I would look into it. I don't see it as a problem of recommending that as a possible implementation program, if you want to float that.
So I don't think I have to make a motion, right? Ms. Ostringer, for a straw poll?
Yeah, no motions.
Okay, so the straw poll I'm going to suggest is the recommendation of a potential program or implementation measure that would require new ADUs and new AUD projects to report rents annually.
And for ADUs use?
And use for ADUs.
Yeah. If that's okay. Yeah, I think that's important because we're not going to be able, and we have no intention of regulating how people use their ADUs. Yeah.
Any questions? Ms. Fennessy, can you do a roll call for the straw poll?
Okay, I will start with Commissioner Lodge.
I'll go along with this, yes.
Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscom,
Yes.
Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
I would be not principled if I voted yes for that, although I love data. I like the idea, but this is a kid in a candy store now moving on to the ice cream shop, okay? It's a distraction, and it's hard and difficult and expensive, and it just keeps our eye off the ball. But and for me, voting against it probably makes it a unanimous council recommendation to do it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Sorry, was that a yes or no?
That's a no.
Okay.
I
Thank
abstain.
you. Vice Chair Vonderson?
Everyone's getting so wily. I'm gonna say yes. Thank you.
And Chair Escobedo?
Yes.
Thank you. The straw poll passes.
Thank you. Did you have anything else, Commissioner Wiscombe? All right, thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
So, couple straw poll ideas. Okay, low-hanging fruit first. I heard a couple things, I heard a lot of things out of Commissioner Bauke, and it seems like everybody is sending him some fan mail, so I'll do the same. I think what you said about very low and middle income housing should be the priority of our housing authority. Is that what you said in essence? Or public?
It's basically, nonprofit entities are the only ones that can make that work, because other ones that go out and get grants it's very, very hard for for-profit developers to do, in this community, do anything below moderate. You see that from your chart.
Right. So, and that's been your experience.
Yes.
And you have,
statewide.
without saying that you're well-seasoned, you have a lot of experience, right?
I'm getting old,
In a lot of parts of the country and a lot of parts of the state. So,
yes.
so I guess when I read, again, back to the prioritizing how we do this and the coherency of this, I would like to, would it be beneficial for you all if there was a straw poll about some general support for that sentiment, that we look towards in our housing element, that we look towards the nonprofit with assistance from the city and the public agencies to be the primary sources of housing for those income levels? Does it help you?
Well, yeah, Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Higgins, it is a good point, and this is who we need to build these units, and this is who we would fund to build those units with Housing Trust Fund and any new revenue source.
So I would propose a straw poll about that statement somewhere in this document, either as a policy or in a preamble or something like that, just to give it some traction. Does anybody object to another straw poll with that?
How about a straw poll that endorses the Affordable Housing Trust Fund with main purpose for the income
Those income-
categories that where we're lacking?
And housing authority and nonprofits?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
through,
yeah, for sure.
yes,
Yeah,
as
exactly.
as a pass-through to the city housing authority. Yeah,
Ms. Fennessy? Sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, I'd support that.
Did you get that, Ms. Fennessy? His straw poll, or the joint straw poll?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll start with Commissioner Wardlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bonderson,
Yes.
and Chair Escobedo.
Yes.
Thank you, the straw poll passes.
How about
Great,
that?
now it's going to fail
Got
because you
something,
voted
yeah,
for
right.
it.
Okay, one last thing. I've said this before a couple times, but would you all agree that if, pick an AUD project, like the one on De La Guerra, the Canals project that's architecturally stunning, would you agree that in 20 years, or if that were built 20 years ago, that would be relatively affordable? And I'll invoke, now it's getting late and I'm getting a little batty, but best time to build a tree or plant a tree is 20 years ago. Next best time is today. So again, if we're, and to respond to what you said, Commissioner Escobedo, about people in 30 or 40 or 50 years, looking back at what this commission has done, is putting forth and getting and implementing housing production, then wouldn't you agree that we still need to be building housing now for those communities out 30 or 40 years from now? Market rate or otherwise?
My response is that, sure, an older unit is always going to be cheaper than a newer unit, but
I'll take it.
No. You don't get to stop there. I got the gavel.
Okay.
And that might be a whole lot more true if we actually were developing housing the last 3 decades or 2 decades.
Well, that's the assumption.
And so right now, because there's so much pressure on the rental market that those units that are going onto the market, the rents are so high that they're not meeting a need in our community. They're only affecting people up here that might be coming out of town or that are in that like 0.1% without alleviating any of the pressure here. We have an immediate problem that we have to deal with in the next couple of decades. Developing market rate rents is not going to do it. We really need to get behind affordable housing developers, and to Commissioner Balke's point, it's nonprofit developers, including the Housing Authority. And if we're generating more market rate units than anything else. Really what we need to say is that's not our need right now. Our need right now is affordable housing. The way we do it is we get behind affordable housing developers.
Okay, well, I won't push my luck with another straw poll, but I'm not quite sure that's consistent logic, because if we are going to rely on our nonprofits and Housing Trust Fund and Housing Authority to serve that market, like we just voted on, then that's going to take care of that market segment. That market segment has received quite a bit of housing relative to the missing middle. So if you're saying that some market rate housing 20 years from now is good, and what should we be focusing on? That's my rhetorical question. So no more need for straw polls for me tonight.
And I would say, just to add one point, is my hope is that with the funding that we're able to generate, it's not going to have the same strings attached to it as state and federal funding, and we could use it for that missing middle income housing, because there are not any grants or any sort of funding available for that portion. That's why we see a lot of very low and low income housing development from nonprofits. So I think we have a huge opportunity. I'm really optimistic about it, but I'm tired, and it's 5:30. Any other comments from the commission? If not, staff, do you feel like you got enough information? I'm sure there's no way you don't have enough.
Thank you, Chair Escobedo and Commissioners. That's very, very helpful. And thanks again to Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wiscombe for helping us through this as part of our work group. Has been invaluable and so much appreciated.
Thank you, and thank you for your hard work. With that, we will close out item 4. We have item 5, but I'm going to ask my colleagues if it's okay if we hold off on item 5 until next week. Commissioner Higgins?
I may not be here next week. I could give a real quick
let's do that.
staff hearing. So I don't think I've reported out in about, might be 4 or 6 weeks. The last 3 or 4 show hearing officer agendas have been primarily ADUs in the coastal zone on the Mesa. So I don't see anything slowing down in that regard. Quite a bit of front yard modifications, open yard modifications, no appeals that I'm aware of. A couple of projects of interest, though, that are going to the show. Those are CDPs in the funk zone for restaurant-related, winery-related projects. And so it's nice to see our downshifting in some form has resulted in projects that don't come to the commission that are relatively straightforward. There's one at the corner of Montecito and it might be Anacapa. The old Avis car rental is now going to become some sort of a food and beverage, and that required a CDP. So no appeals. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we will save the rest of the updates for next week's hearing. And we can call this meeting adjourned at 5:31. Everyone have a good evening. We will see you next Thursday. Thank you.